Oh, I'm muted. Hi there, everyone. It's Valentine's Day, and you are my Valentines tonight. No, me and V are going out tomorrow for Valentine's Day. So I'm not neglecting my relationship duties. I just do that every other day of the year. So I thought I'd do a stream because I came across a video that I wanted to do a little review of, and additionally, Camille has just got a new microphone that he wants to test out, and so if he doesn't join, then it's going to be really awkward. But if he does join, then he can test out his new microphone. So the video that I wanted to review today is one by Trinity Radio, where I think Braxton and Jonathan Pritchett, who are the hosts of Trinity Radio, were invited to some Christian TV show or something like that. And basically, they talk there about a bunch of stuff to do with apologetics and the kinds of things that they do. And this is a clip that's taken from that interview, specifically where they talk about deconstruction and so forth. And I think that it's a relatively interesting clip and quite insightful into the way that they think about people deconverting, people questioning their beliefs, the nature and role of apologetics, the kinds of arguments that they give. And so I wanted to comment on it. And I think there's a broader point about the morality of deconstruction, both moral properties, I suppose, that pertain to people's psychologies and potentially psychological abuse, around kind of gaslighting people to believe things. And I would like to call some of those things out where I see that there's maybe a tendency to lean towards some of those things, or it might be I don't know, difficult. It's just very close to it being that sort of thing, and I want to point that out as well. So anyway, I've rambled for long enough in this one, so let's play a little bit of it.
More than I can, because you're on the front lines of this. I have experienced it a few times in my life.
So notice even I got 13 seconds in, maybe 2 seconds of audio, and I've already got something to say. I mean, what does that say about me? But notice the way that it's being framed as being on the front lines, right? I mean, you here in my audience, do you consider me to be on the front lines of anything? I mean, people talk about the front lines of war, or the front lines of the pandemic, the front lines of the healthcare system.
With some of my friends, man, it is
things like this, which are relatively dramatic, and not only dramatic, but there's quite a lot at stake. And I suppose, obviously you can say, well, from within the Christian, from within Christianity, of course, there is a ton of stuff at stake in leaving. You'll probably end up going to hell if it's true. And so, of course, it makes sense that they'd view it this way. That's not the criticism. The criticism is a criticism that I'm going to give as someone who's now on the outside. And that is just that when it comes to all of our beliefs, right, we should feel free to explore those beliefs. And if we're rationally led to question certain things, we should feel free in good faith to question them, to doubt them, and to stop believing them. And this is going to be a kind of criticism then of the internal psychology of Christianity, where you just don't have that freedom. It's a war zone. There's spiritual war going on, even in your doubts and your questioning things. And this is something I consistently criticize Christianity for, because I think that this is a really harmful way of viewing the world. It puts you constantly on edge. It ostracizes people who are in the out group. It keeps people in the in group in, but for the wrong reasons, for fear and so forth. Anyway, I'll try and let it play a bit more than this.
Is a gut punch. But there are people right now, they're calling it that they're deconstructing their faith. That's the buzzword, I think it is. And if I'm wrong, y'all can let me know.
Oh, yeah, no,
okay,
that's
that's
right.
word.
That's the word.
Okay, so you got the nuns, the duns, all that stuff, atheists, all that. Somebody who is out there listening right now or watching, there's a good chance they know somebody who's in the middle or is at the end of deconstructing their faith. How can we give them some tools to deal with that? Fire away.
Well, first of all, so we run a YouTube channel and podcast called Trinity Radio, and we have covered a number of deconstruction stories.
Okay.
Most famously, two of the biggest YouTubers out there are Rhett and Link. They run a channel called Good Mythical Morning, and it's a.
Are you going to comment on? And I mean, I would do the same, right? But something that's sort of interesting for me, as a person who knows a lot about Braxton and Jonathan and what they do, is it being described to someone on the outside who isn't aware, which is sort of it's interesting for me to hear the story that they tell themselves about what it is that they do and why they do it.
Channel where they do a bunch of silly games like you do in a youth group somewhere.
These were Christians at one time?
Well, yeah. And so these guys grew up in Baptist churches in North Carolina, friends their whole lives. Anyone who looked them up on YouTube saw where they had children's Christian songs that they had done. They used to work with Campus Crusade. They were very involved in church. Their churches had revivals. They would go forward, the whole thing. And so they were actually guys that Campus Crusade would bring in to do the music and do the creative side of some of their events. And so they started this channel. They're still Christians. Everything was really popping. They got, hundreds of thousands of subscribers, ended up moving to LA and their show, but they never really talked about their Christianity on their show. But I felt good letting my family watch their show because I thought, hey, this is good. This is clean.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that there's Christian values and stuff, but again, things like this should be red flags when I felt good letting my family watch. I mean, what extent does it mean letting my family? I mean, like, surely teenagers of a certain age should be able to, I don't know if Braxton's got teenagers of a certain age, or I don't know if he means his wife or if he doesn't mean his wife, like who he means in particular, letting my family watch this stuff. But I think people should be free to watch what it is that they want to watch, right, in their preferences, and also just as on an individual level, rather than the sort of male headship of the family stuff that comes in from Christianity as well. Even just for individuals, the idea of it being like you've got to kind of filter what content that you watch. I mean, when I was a Christian, I stopped listening to all ordinary music, like all the music that I'd been into for my life, because the lyrics were all secular, and because the lyrics contained allusions to sexual acts and love, like things that make up the human experience, but that Christianity shames people for, like having sex with people and falling in love and falling out of love and the kind of dramas of life, and other things as well. And all of that was sinful, and of the world, and I wanted to be in the world but not of the world, whatever that means. And I think that this is what lies behind some of what Braxton is talking about here, is this sort of self-censorship, kind of thought control type stuff. And I think that is a harmful aspect of Christianity.
And I know that these guys are part of our tribe, so to speak. These are brothers in the faith. But they did a podcast where they talked about their deconstruction. And basically, with at least one of them, if not both of them, the reason was because of back to the whole evolution thing, or the age of the earth and all that whole thing. That's what started a trajectory for him that landed him and eventually both of them in a place of hopeful agnosticism, they say. Then through a deconstruction, we covered another guy, John Steingard, who was the lead singer of the Christian rock band Hawk Nelson. and he recently deconstructed, and he's gone on a lot of programs to talk about this. And I've communicated with him actually a little bit. The thing that I think people should understand is it's not unnatural and it's not bad to deconstruct, depending on what you mean by that. There's something about coming.
And of course, what Braxton means here is depending on whether you end up coming to the conclusion that my religion is false or whether you stay in my religion. If you stay in my religion, it's good. If you come to the conclusion that my religion is false, it's bad. Right? And I'd rather he just put it that way, because then it would just be more transparent for people rather than pretending that he's proposing like this better alternative of deconstruction.
Coming of age, I was in my early 20s when I finally decided, you know what, I had a close friend who was dealing with same-sex attraction, and he had been my
not a close friend who found out he was gay, and that's an okay thing, but was dealing with, you know, same-sex attraction is something to be dealt with. Same-sex attraction isn't just an alternative sexuality. Again, right, what I don't mean to criticize Christianity in the sense of is just like this begging the question sense. The way that I mean to criticize it is insofar as if you're watching this and you're sort of on the fence, right, you can observe these things, these sorts of things that take place within Christianity, and consult your morality and see what do you think is better. Do you think it is better to view people who are gay as dealing with same-sex attraction, something to be dealt with, or do you think it's better to be like, yeah, you're a gay person, you like being with people of the same sex, either sexually or in romantic relationships, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, which of those do you think is better? And then you can maybe make some assessment about if you've got some idea of an all-good being, all-knowledgeable being, who isn't constrained by the prejudices of some particular historical point in history, and what they would think about the matter. You know, is it more expected on that being creating reality that they would care about this sort of thing in this way, or that they wouldn't care about this thing in this way?
My friend through high school, he had to decide for himself how that fit with his Christian perspective. And in the end, for him anyway, he determined that the Bible was not okay with him living the same-sex lifestyle. And so he, you know, it led to a degradation in his faith such that he is an atheist now. And he challenged me, and it rattled me. Not rattled me in the sense that I experienced doubt about my faith, rattled me in the sense that, wait a minute, I need to know what pieces of my worldview I just adopted uncritically.
I also find that sort of strange. Like, how is what he's describing here not doubt? Well, what he's describing here is confirmation bias, right? Like this is a perfect description of confirmation bias. So he clearly did experience doubts, because otherwise he was completely irrational, right? Otherwise, it was just this completely random decision to investigate reasons for to support the conclusions that he already held to. So I'm not sure why he's saying it didn't cause me to experience doubt. Like, what's that doing? Why say that? It just doesn't seem true. And if it is true, why then did you seek for reasons for the conclusions that you already believed? But then the course of action that he goes about doing it, you know, is just this perfect description of confirmation bias. It's like, I've got my conclusions, they're going to stay the same, and I'll just find whatever reasons support them, right? And I think the criticism from people who do deconstruction, and I think I'm going to be slightly critical of people who term it deconstruction itself, maybe, and I'm open to being wrong about this, but I think that terming it deconstruction gives it this label as a thing, right? As this kind of thing that is taking place, that then Christian apologists can use to narrativize in stories like this about, you know, the deconstruction phenomena that's taking place. Here's what it really is. Here's how people really should deal with deconstruction. You know, I, as an apologist, you've got to bear in mind that not everyone who watches the occasional video to do with their religion or their religious beliefs or whatever is as intricately into the kind of like inner workings and lingo and various goings on. There's a lot of people who are consistently watching, you know, like YouTube videos from various apologetics channels and things. And I do think that for a lot of people, the way that apologists are going to present this is they're going to say, look, you've not heard of this term before. Here's this thing, deconstruction. Here's what's going on. Here's how you deal with it when you come across it. And so I think abandoning maybe the term deconstruction could be like a way to reject the discourse that people like Braxton and the other one, Jonathan, are sort of trying to get at. But then further, I think the point that a lot of people who would self-identify as being a part of the deconstruction movement would want to raise is just that, the whole point of deconstruction, the Gestalt shift, as it were, was realizing that that in order to really judge if something is true or not, you can't be committed to the conclusion. You have to say, I'm going to park this on the shelf for a moment. You have to say, oh, I really want this to be true, so maybe I should be more skeptical of that. And if I'm going to really fairly assess the evidence for this conclusion, I'm going to have to really disentangle my emotions, my biases, and so forth from this investigation. And I just don't think that Braxton understands that from the way that he talks about his understanding of what how deconstruction should ideally go.
Critically, and which ones I think are true. And so I'm going to take this thing apart and put it back together again. I never was not a Christian, but I did take my worldview apart and lay it on the table and try each of the pieces and put it back together. And some things changed. For instance, the thing about the age of the earth for me. I'm an old earther. Jonathan's I don't care earther. But I took that apart. That's something that changed. There's a few other things that changed, but more or less the Christianity stayed the same. That's not a bad thing to do. That's a part of coming of age. That's a part of growing up. That's part of becoming a man or a woman. That's a part of having your own faith. That's your.
But maybe a part of that process is that the core Christianity gets abandoned as well. Yeah, this is the thing. The question is, why is the assumption that the core Christianity is held on to?
Your faith. That's a good thing. What I would encourage people who are deconstructing is, first of all, don't uncritically take the advice of others who have deconstructed, who are out there who are no longer believers. I would encourage people to recognize.
I agree with that. Don't uncritically take their advice. I think, though, the experience of many people who deconstruct in this way is that they find that they haven't really been properly listening to what critics have been saying, because they've had all these system one biases in place. They've stereotyped skeptics. You know, the skeptic will say, you'll hear tons of phrases that apologists frequently use that are parts of these stereotyping mechanisms, whether I don't suppose that they're actually conscious. The skeptic will say, blah, blah, blah. Well, how do you even know you're not a brain in a vat? Like those sorts of turns of phrases, right? The imaginary skeptic. And basically what deconstruction is someone doubts the authority of someone who's telling them this sort of narrative as an apologist. They suddenly begin to question whether this person even has a leg to stand on, it, whether they should even be taken seriously in their portrayal of reality. And all of a sudden then, rather than listening to the sort of stereotyping and system one biases, they go, I'm going to just hear out what this other person has to say. And just doing that is disastrous. Just giving the other side the benefit of the doubt, or being charitable in interpreting them. Because all of a sudden, now there's questions, right, about the provenance of the Bible, how the Bible came about, the text, how we interpret the text, how we construct a systematic theology, how we even figure out what things are essential for faith, how we believe in certain miracle claims, how we even know that a God exists at all. And it's only easy to deal with that cognitive dissonance when you're working on this system one stuff, right? But as soon as that goes away and you start thinking about this stuff, the cognitive dissonance is really quite unmanageable. That's people's experience.
Is that deconstructing, it doesn't mean that you take a long jump from this that I was taught growing up, I think now was wrong, so I guess atheism is the way it is. No. You know that God's worked in your life. I mean, you out there, you're that person.
Again, you see that. So what's he trying to do here? Imagine a person who's having doubts, like a John Steingard a few years ago.
Is the way it is. No. You know that God's worked in your life.
You know that God's worked in your life. Well, it's like, have you even thought about this? Because that's just the very thing at question, right? The person who's deconstructing is going to reply, actually, no, I don't know that God's worked in my life. I have certain events which I have told myself are God working in my life, but I'm not sure if they are or if they're not. So just appealing to that as just a reason isn't going to be a good reason. Now, what he could be doing, and what I suspect that he's doing, is that he's actually appealing to this in a way that is to sort of emotionally manipulate and guilt trip the person that he's talking to, because he's saying it's kind of like an abusive woman in a relationship, and she's going to leave, and it's like, well, think of all the he's good for me, think of all the good things he's done for me, right? And it's kind of like pointing to these powerful experiences, and often there's deep felt emotions involved in those experiences, and this is why deconstruction or deconversion is so painful, because there's just intense feelings that are associated to being involved in religions or thinking that you understand reality in this way and living in a certain way. And you're realizing that they almost weren't real. It's maybe perhaps like going through a divorce or a breakup or something. And what this is like is sort of like after you've just broken up with the person and saying, like, it's a bad breakup, right? And your friend comes along and says, well, she was so good for you. She was so good to you all those years. And you're like, what the hell, man? That's so manipulative. That's what I sort of think that this phraseology is like for someone who's deconstructing, because they're like, no, that's just the very thing I'm questioning, and I don't think that this is any good as either I think it's terrible pastorally, and as an apologetic, it leaves a lot to be desired as well.
I mean, you out there, you're that person that's deconstructing. I want to speak directly to you. You know what God's done in your life. You know those moments when you, I'm not a mystical guy, but you felt God in the midst of worship and prayer, and you feel like you got a word from God, and you remember your salvation. And the thing is, you can.
It's just guilt tripping, and this will unfortunately probably work in a lot of cases, because people who are questioning their religious convictions are vulnerable.
Hold on to that while still testing other aspects of what you believe. And that can be a healthy thing. And you can come out on the other side a stronger person. But to connect it, what I've said to you,
it can be a very unhealthy thing as well, because someone is desperately trying to grasp onto something while they have so much cognitive dissonance, right? All of the reasons that they thought they had have fallen away. And perhaps the only thing that they're clinging to is a feeling of being a sinner who needs God, or someone whose life is just meaningless and not livable without God. I mean, and that's just toxic. That's a toxic self-narrative and way of looking at themselves, especially when they've not got good reasons for it, because it's going to be combined with the cognitive dissonance and stuff. So it's not the full picture what Braxton's saying, and I think it's probably even the minority of cases what he's describing, because if you listen to the stories of people who deconstruct and deconvert, they don't describe it the way that Braxton is describing it.
To you in another podcast, Chip, I would say, while you're doing this, because I know about you, I'm sure about you. If you're a genuine thinker out there who claims to
Mm-hmm.
have been a Christian and had a Christian experience. You've had
So unless you do what Braxton says, you're not a genuine thinker.
an encounter with Christ yourself. What I would
You had an encounter with Christ. Again, the person who is deconstructing is going to go, no, it's not that I had an encounter with Christ, okay? I have an experience which I believed was an encounter with Christ. And now what we need to do is assess that experience and see whether the best explanation of it is that it was caused by Christ or something else.
would say to such a person, Chip, is do that in community with brothers and sisters in Christ. Share with them what's
That's a
going
great
on.
point.
And I
Yeah.
think you'll come out with a stronger faith.
When I watched this morning, I also remembered back to when I was doubting some of the things that were recommended to me. So one of which, I mean, it was even super awkward because my experience across many religious communities, and I don't think I'm the only one, has been that open and honest inquiry is not welcome. You know, there are certain things that need to be certain. There are certain people who need to be stereotyped and biased against. And so when I started saying things like, oh, I've listened, you know, I talked to this Pine Creek guy and I'm having doubts. I was told initially, you know, just stop listening to him. So thought control, information control right there. In one-on-one sessions, which I'd have a couple of times a week, I didn't even feel comfortable mentioning the objections because I was worried that they were going to, like, it just made the atmosphere in the room so awkward. The person who I was talking to was a ministry trainee who was going to go away to theological college for 4 years and then be ordained. So his life was at stake. And I was thinking as I raised these objections, I could see that he didn't have answers to them, that he was doubting. And I was like, oh God, I'm going to deconvert him. And so I was like, okay, I had to, it was like treading on eggshells. I sort of half mention an objection. They'd be like, look, but I know you've got answers to this. I think that, because I just didn't want to damage his faith. You know, the communities are not equipped to deal with this sort of thing in a healthy way. The Christian communities in general, there are some that are, right? But I think that those Christian communities that are equipped to deal with it in a healthy way, their response would be, well, if you don't believe it, that's fine, right? It wouldn't be if you, keep listening to those guys. That's great. It's great that you're thinking about this stuff. I think that that's what, like, John Depew or maybe like Sam Watkins or Pete Enns or something, like these sorts of people, that's how they would respond to this person who's having doubts. But I think that they're a minority, and Braxton and Jonathan here are unfortunately representative of the majority, and they're thinking about these things and just their inadequate way of understanding the process, what someone's going to, and their inadequate response really in, you know, they just want to get defensive and provide apologetic answers, not fairly look at the questions. And I mean that's what people are clocking onto when they begin to deconstruct. They're seeing all these things. They're just going, look, I just need to get away from you, man. This is unhealthy.
In the end,
What do you say to somebody out there listening?
Absolutely, because that ties back to what I said about deconstructing my faith is such a privatized, individualized thing, right? And the church this is a popular thing. This is not happening in a vacuum. That is the buzzword. People are deconstructing. It's so individualized, though. And then when you, like he said, grasp onto their stories, we're responding to them, because one of the things that we've noticed in these deconstructions is they're not happening in community, where I think it's safer to do it in community, but we have to own this as a church because we haven't provided that.
And this is the problem, because safer means because you remain a Christian, right? If that's what safe means, then it's clearly not the right environment for taking these beliefs apart, because you're going to be pressured in one direction. Because as Braxton and Jonathan have made clear so far, there's a core element of the doctrine that isn't open to question. That's the dogma.
That space where they could deconstruct the kind that he said he went through with his theological, viewpoints, and where am I going to land when I'm done with this? I'm still going to land as a Christian, but I may change.
Exactly. It's like they don't understand. That's the question. The question is, am I going to land as a Christian? And you trying to control people in this way is completely unhealthy and inappropriate.
Here on my view of salvation or age of the earth, or whatever. But because we don't provide spaces for that to do in community in the churches, these people are having the privatized deconstruction experiences. And
they're thinking for themselves. They're coming to their own conclusions.
But they are deconstructing the Christianity that they're deconstructing is also on us, because it's paper thin that we didn't do a good job building them up in the faith. So take a Catholic.
Create the problem, solve the solution. The solution is apologetics, which is my job, by the way.
Catholic priest who has an earned doctorate, steeped in 10 to 12 years of Thomist education from top to bottom. After 15 years has a deconstruction, he leaves the faith. To me, he's earned his atheism. The people we've been responding to, you didn't earn that, because
this is just horrible. You don't have to have. You don't. I mean, for example, I'm doing a master's degree in philosophy, right? People don't have to do that and spend what, £10,000 on tuition and then another 10,000 on a year's worth of food or whatever, just in order to be able to talk in certain lingo, just to be able to describe why they don't think that a guy rose from the dead, right? It's just completely, people are well within their epistemic rights just to go, I'm still thinking about it. Maybe I can't put it into words, but you know what? I just don't think there's good enough reasons to think a guy rose from the dead. And just because you can churn out 10,000 reasons, right? People, they're still in their epistemic rights. I think I'm pretty consistent on this. Like, even so, someone like Rebecca, who's a young earth creationist and doesn't believe in evolution, like, the people she talks to can provide her with a lot more reasons to adopt that position. But I think that she's within her epistemic rights to say, you know, I'm just not sure yet, but I'm going to keep investigating, and I'm just not sure yet. And I think that that's the same. You can't just tell people, no, you have to be an expert on everything, you know, because it's just completely unreasonable. I mean, Christians are obviously into Christianity. So they're going to be interested in theology way more. Like, what do people have to read? All of, like, Calvin's works, right? And all the major commentaries on Calvin, or all of Luther's works, all the major commentaries on Luther. The Catholic Church, do they have to read the Catechism of the Catholic Church? Do they have to read all the councils? Do they have to know what happened at the Council of Trent? Do they have to know all of the dogmas that the magisterium has pronounced on? Do they have to know the year of the schism? You know, like, why is that relevant for someone to be within their epistemic right to just say, I'm I was raised in this thing and I'm not sure that a man rose from the dead based on some testimony from a long time ago? It's just ridiculous. Like, okay, can you tell me what Aristotle's four causes are? No? Well, then you've got to say, yeah, I think that this is where it comes close to the sort of gaslighting type thing that I was getting at, where it's like telling people to sort of, you know, people are like, well, look, I've just never experienced anything like this. I've never experienced anything supernatural. All of my working assumptions about how the world works are based off of kind of like this causal regularity and natural type stuff. I've never seen anyone rise from the dead. I just don't think that sort of thing happens. I don't think non-Christians are bad people who deserve to go to hell. I don't think a just God would do that sort of thing. So I'm gonna park my Christianity for a bit. And it's like, well, you just don't have the right to do that until. That's a really toxic attitude.
But it's also because you have the things you're.
And then look at them laughing at it. Well done laughing at it, guys, because that's going to cause even more deconversions.
Responding to, you didn't earn that. But it's also because you have the things you're talking through, we can swat like flies, right? So, but that's again on the church, because not only do we provide a space for people to,
and he says confidently, we can swat like flies, having for over 2 years now, both of them avoided having a conversation with either me or James Fodor, neither of whom hold PhDs in this stuff. Great.
To think through these issues within community. We also didn't give them much to think through or deconstruct, that it was rather easy for them to deconstruct their faith, because the church didn't provide them a framework that was robust enough to have a lot to detangle there. And it should be the struggle of the Catholic priest of 20 years with also an extra 10 years of education, who has to rethink everything to get to that place that took him a long time to deconstruct. These deconstruction stories and these people are doing it over.
And the thing, like, he said, he's going to say these, you know, these people are doing it over a weekend or whatever. But when I look at it, you know, it isn't like that. So if I speak to my own case, for example, it took me 3 months to be sort of convinced that Christianity wasn't going to be tenable. It took me maybe a further year to a year and a half to really let go of some of the metaphysical parts of Christianity. I wasn't even in it that long. You know, 1 week I'd be an agnostic, 1 week I'd be an atheist, the other week I'd be an agnostic. I went through several periods of going back to Christianity. Even quite recently, you know, like over Christmas, when it got darker and I felt more depressed and stuff, I sort of came back to Christianity for a period, but of heavily modified and revised form, because there's something that I want to cling on to, right? And I imagine it's going to take more years for me to figure out what I think is going on about the world. But even now, when I think naturalism is probably true, probably 2.5 years on or whatever it is, I mean, I'm still not comfortable identifying as an atheist, for example, because of baggage that comes with it, because it seems like them, right? And I don't want to be like them, those sorts of things. Really, really long time. People who have been raised in it, it's going to take an even longer time. There's all sorts of different things to deconstruct. I mean, there's the fear of hell to get over. There's realizing that gay people aren't evil. Like, you're going to have to make some gay friends, right? You're going to have to do some stuff in life. You're going to have to maybe like confront some fears and go out and go to parties, which you used to think were of the world, right? And people are out there having like sinfully doing this stuff, and you're going to have to do it and realize that they're not evil people. They're just people like you trying to get by. And then maybe afterwards you're going to be scared and you're going to think, oh no, maybe that was the wrong thing of me to do. And then you're going to realize, no, it's difficult. It takes a long time. I know that it's not just me. You know, a few of those things are sort of from my experiences, but people like John Steingard, for example, like he's exploring, you know, like pantheism, he's exploring panpsychism. It's not like in 2 weeks he was like, it's not like in 2 weeks he just thought, yeah, I'm done with it, settle now. You know, that people leave these core commitments that have kind of shaped their life for a long time, and they try to restructure around it, but it takes a long time. You know, there's so much to it, and it's very difficult. So I think that Jonathan's comment here is basically born out of ignorance, of not really knowing. You know, I mean, I know they name dropped John Steingard as someone to kind of give them credibility in talking about this, but I don't think that they actually care for or understand his story at all from the way that they've discussed this. Someone, you know, if they really had paid attention to his journey, they'd realize that it's a very long journey, and that he's been exploring all sorts of different positions, and it still is, and it's going on, and this is pretty consistent for various people who leave Christianity and religion. So just quite an ignorant and unfair
Over the matter of weeks,
from the bad cop
and months. It should take years to detangle yourself from a robust.
And then you should crawl to me on your knees and say, please, Daddy, please let me leave. And then Jonathan might turn around and say, kid, I'm feeling good today. but get out of here and don't you come back again.
Christian worldview in order to think it's plausible that God doesn't exist. These people can come to that conclusion because they watched a video about dinosaurs
Yeah.
and it made them think.
Again, he's so here I think he's trying to he's trying to kind of shit on Paulogia a little bit, or Paulogia, or however the hell you pronounce this damn guy's name. Paul. But here's the thing, right? If we are very, very, very certain that something is core and foundational to our commitment, and all of a sudden we watch something, or we come across some information that just clearly refutes it, I think it's going to cause firstly like this sick feeling in your stomach, and you're going to be just looking at this thing like, oh my God, right? It's awful. But that unfortunately can be that, you know, it's sort of like if you think you're in a loving relationship, right, and all of a sudden you see your partner like kissing someone else outside or something, you just see that thing, and all of a sudden you're like, and nothing is going to be the same after this. So if you've been in a religious community, and Pritchett can't deny that these religious communities exist, these Christian communities, where young earth creationism, frankly, is central to the type of Christianity, the story that's being told about the way reality is. And all of a sudden you come across this evidence that you hadn't really taken seriously before. And, you know, it's like you're in that relationship and you see your partner out there kissing someone else, and it's like nothing's going to be the same. And yeah, that's kind of sickening or whatever. And you can frame it in a way that's like, oh, just this one type, you know, the abusive partner who was out cheating or whatever can come back and go, oh, you're just going to take this one little bit of evidence. You need to think it through. You need to have 110 reasons why before you doubt me and leave me. But yeah, it's not like that. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's not going to be the same. Maybe there are versions of Christianity that don't have that commitment, but that wasn't the Christianity that he was in, or that he was thinking about. And so maybe there's a cascading effect where you doubt this core thing, and then all of a sudden now you're assessing the evidence for Christianity from this independent standpoint, where you're not just assuming the conclusion as Braxton recommended, but you're actually looking at the reasons for those core claims independently, and they don't stand up anymore. And that seems to be pretty true to what Paul's journey has been like. You know, when you look at the amount that he knows now about the Bible and its formation and its contents, right? I mean, would you say that he has enough reasons now to leave the faith, even if you disagree with his conclusion? Because this is part of the problem as well, right? That even the people who know the most to reject Christian claims, these guys are going to say, well, yeah, they're just wrong and I know more. So like no one is going to actually meet that bar except this imaginary Catholic. But no, you know, like I'd want him to point to some actual real atheists, right, and say, here's some atheists that do have enough evidence in order to be atheists, rather than this imaginary Catholic guy. Because I don't know who he'd actually say. Okay, apologia. Without the A. They know how to pronounce it. They just suck. Oh, that's the wrong way. No, like honestly, Shannon, I honestly have been, because of all the stuff about how the right way to pronounce it, I just don't even know what the right way to pronounce it is anymore.
About something for the first
You know,
time
you
ever.
are an American treasure, Jonathan.
Yeah.
So
After you just said something horrific.
we need to make it.
He earned his atheism.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
Our discipleship should make this nearly impossible.
Impossible. Like, tell me that doesn't sound like a cult, right? What's in the bite model again? So in the bite model, remember our discipleship should make this nearly impossible. Or behavior control, information control. Oh, it's starting to sound familiar. Emotional control, thought control. Uh-oh, this is looking worrying, Braxton and Jonathan. I mean, and some of these are going to be more extreme than things that they would advocate for sure. But I think there's enough of these. Deliberately withhold information, distort information to make it more acceptable, systematically lie to the cult member, minimize or discourage to non-cult sources of information. I mean, for example, don't deconstruct outside the faith, deconstruct inside. Compartmentalize information into outsider versus insider doctrines. So, here's what here's good deconstruction, Braxton, and here's bad at deconstruction, them who left. Okay, not encouraging spying on other members. Extensive use of cult-generated information and propaganda, including Reasonable Faith by William Lane Craig. But what I mean by this is that obviously there's an internal system of apologetics, right, which is all self-referencing and self-supporting. Unethical use of confession, I don't know about that. But again, there's enough boxes being ticked here for it to be worrying, right? Thought control, require members to internalize the group's doctrines as truth. Yes, because these are core doctrines. You know that Christ forgave you. Remember Braxton and what he had to say. Adopting the group's map of reality as reality. Instill black and white thinking. Decide between good and evil. Organize into us versus them. Change the person's name and identity, not as prolific within those denominations, but it is in some Christian denominations. Encourage only good and proper thoughts. I mean, this is borderline, but this is sort of like, whoever's looked with lust or whatever. Whoever's looked with lust has committed adultery in his heart type thing. Hypnotic states are used to alter mental states, undermine critical thinking. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be arguable, different denominations. Memories manipulated and false memories created. Again, it's going to be arguable, but certainly in more sort of Pentecostal and experiential type denominations. Thought-stopping techniques which shut down reality. Testing by stopping negative thoughts, allowing over positive thoughts, including doubting your doubts, and doubting your doubts of doubting your doubts. But yeah, I think all of these things, that particularly the denial, rationalization, justification, and wishful thinking part. Chanting, I mean, I've seen people in Eastern Orthodox traditions talk about using the Jesus prayer, for example, to whenever you kind of have your doubts or whatever. Speaking in tongues, singing or humming. Rejection of rational analysis, critical thinking, constructive criticism. I think that that's right as well. They don't accept constructive criticism at all. Don't engage with critics, really. They only frame it in the narrative that they want. 9, probably not so much. Though I guess if you consider Jesus to be the leader, they do forbid critical questions about him. Labeling alternative belief systems as illegitimate, evil, or not useful. Yep. Like Christianity is going to be the most useful one that cures depression, everything, nothing else is. Instill new map of reality. Manipulate and narrow the range of feelings. Let me see. Make the person feel like the problems are always their own fault, never the leaders or the group's fault. I mean, that's going to come down to the whole sinfulness story and stuff like that. Identity guilt, yeah, by being a son of Adam. Your past is suspect, but you're forgiven from your sins now in Christ. Social guilt, historical silt. Those who were born in Adam are now alive in Christ. And still fear, such as fear of thinking independently. I mean, we've had that because you'll end up deconstructing if you think independently. The outside world, the secular university system, enemies, me and James Fodor, Paulogia, whatever. I'm sorry. Losing one's salvation. I mean, yep. Leaving or being shunned by the group, other disapproval, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, you see, These are all red flags to be worried about, I think, in most Christian denominations. Anyway, let's play the end of this out.
Possible for anyone to deconstruct their way out of Christianity, and it should make it accessible to where they
Yeah, it should be impossible for anyone to deconstruct their way out of Christianity.
can deconstruct their own theological views and find space
And they can deconstruct in a safe space where we can provide them with the information and set the parameters on what they're allowed to believe and not believe.
to maybe adopt a different view than they had
I
prior.
think that
Okay, so yeah, there's that. Now, would any Christians like to call in and have a conversation? Because I'm going to put the join link in the chat. So honestly, I'm genuinely not joking. I have at this point just okay. I'm gonna have to go to one of Paul's videos and to hear it. Welcome to Apologia. Is that how he says it? Welcome to Apologia, where an ex-Christian investigates the claims of. That's. I can't quite do the Canadian accent. Sorry. But because most Canadians have a kind of higher pitch than Paul as well. So let me see. Oh, adverts. Okay, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Welcome to Apologia. Yeah, we're a former Christian. There we go. I got it. Apologia. Paulogia. Apologia. Okay, I've got it now, Shannon. I will try not to make the mistake again. So yeah, either hit me up with your questions or comments in the chat, or join a boot. What was that TV show series that I watched? Oh, Fargo. That's it. But that's in America, right? Where Lester Nygaard, that was the guy.
Trailer Park Boys.
No, yeah, Trailer Park Boys as well. With what are the guys' names in Trailer Park Boys?
No idea.
What were they called? Honestly, did start talking like this for a while. Like, oh yeah, Julian. Oh, and Jim Leahy. He's a good character. Randy, Jim Leahy, and Randy's relationship. Fucking hell, Julian. Have you got the weed? Trailer Park Boys is another very sinful TV series that can't be watched by Christians, unfortunately.
You watched it as a Christian?
No, I watched it before. I watched it before I converted to Christianity.
I see.
Mm-hmm. And Fargo as well is pretty. Who've we got here? I saw. Why don't you accept the massive historical evidence for Jesus? Well, Doug, the problem is basically sex. If I accepted the historical evidence for Jesus, I just wouldn't be able to get sex anymore. And as a young man in a secular university, let me tell you,
so much sex in the secular university.
it's just going round, like basically what happens is you turn up.
They tie you up.
You turn no, they tie you. You turn up to lectures, and it's just this room full of young, horny students, and they say, "Hang on, does anyone believe in the historical evidence for Jesus?" Some people put their hands up. Okay, get out, all of you, and then we just all take off our clothes and have fun. So that's what university is like these days. Who has more lists than than Gabamas? Pine Creek has a recommendation for my reconversion that I'm not sure I should.
Oh,
He says, have the promise not to please you until you accept Jesus
why would I do that?
to get me to be a Christian. The Pine Creek theorem.
Do I get to do stuff with other people while you're being converted?
Thanks, Doug. Thank you for that question, Douglas. Okay, we saw that. As a Canadian, it's wild to hear you talk about Trailer Park Boys.
Isn't that how all Canadians live?
Yeah, that's how all Canadians live. Oh yeah, Bubbles. Ooh, how does Bubbles talk? He's got like the really thick rimmed glasses. Oh Jesus, Julian, I don't know. I can't. He has like a load of what are Bubbles? I'm gonna have to find Bubbles' turns of phrase. I know. I will let this person in. Bubbles quotes Trailer Park Boys. I ain't never been so frisky before in my whole life.
Which one's Bubbles? Do you pick
Bubbles.
this? Oh no.
No, Bubbles. Trailer Park Boys.
Oh
Yeah,
him.
you know
I
Bubbles.
remember.
You remember Bubbles. I used to be able to do a good Bubbles as well. He's one of my favorite ones, actually. Bubbles is pretty cool. Okay, anyway. Sorry. Hey, Mike.
Hey, man.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I was just, like I've watched parts of this video before, and the thing that creeps me out about like Pritchett is like I feel like he underestimates the power of like fundamentalist indoctrination, because it's like when I was a teenager and I was like going through all this cognitive dissonance, and I was like, I'm in a Christian school, and I'm in a Christian church, evangelical, fundamentalist, Baptist type environment. And like, just the knowledge, just the overhearing that a book like The Case for Christ exists, like just knowing that that book exists was like enough to kind of like, I was like, well, I guess I'm
Right.
wrong for questioning this stuff. I guess I'm wrong for doubting, just the existence of apologetics was enough to kind of scare me off, like letting my doubt even be a thing, like. And so it's so weird when he's like, oh, you have to earn it. It's like, well, I kind of thought that, like naturally, like you didn't have to, nobody had to browbeat me into thinking that like my doubts were not legitimate. That was just kind of like the temperature
Yeah,
in
that
the
was
room.
the default.
Yeah.
But did you doubt your doubts?
I mean, not really, like, I mean, and of course, for me, hell was a pretty big motivating factor, just like the kind of the complex, my personal past team that has kind of conversation frequently in his kind of recurring theme was like, that like one day we would be held for account for the people we didn't share Jesus with. Like other people going to hell was somehow my responsibility, which like was a lot for me. I was like, I don't even know what to do with that. Like, so like, yeah, it's just, it's so interesting because like, I personally like, I became, I've been pursuing the arts and stuff for several years. So I've always tried to find like a little path, a little crack in the armor for Christianity. Like early on for me, it was like that little verse about like everything good comes down from the Father of lights or whatever. I was like, well, if it has some kind of aesthetic value, maybe that's the Holy Spirit, maybe that's God. And so I was able to kind of like navigate a little path for myself to kind of like allow a little bit of mystery or whatever, and eventually like kind of go, well, I don't really know what the Bible says, but like I accept gay people, I accept everybody, I don't really know what you think, but I know what I think, like hope that doesn't bother you too much, and it wasn't really until like I watched Rhett and Link's video that I had like a pathway to go, oh, there's this thing called deconstruction, and I can kind of separate myself from these beliefs, and I can look at the historicity of the Bible without all these stakes of hell and everything. And I can kind of find a way to look at this stuff, because I have followed Rhett and Link for years as, goofy internet folks, and I appreciate their honesty on their podcast a lot of times. And so it's just, it really ticks me off when they're used as a punchline for his little narrative with Braxton, because it was Rhett and Link's honesty about that stuff that really kind of gave me a pathway to kind of begin to have a conversation and critically look. And I read some Bart Ehrman, and I watched a bunch of content creators. I found Paulogia, and a lot of folks like that, so like, it always seems so disingenuous when it's like, here is the narrative and here is the way that you must perceive this,
So it was actually watching Rhett and Link that sort of got you to question things. When was that now? Like 2 or 3 years ago or something? The Rhett and Link video.
Yeah, I believe it was like in like January of like 2020, I believe, somewhere around in there. And it was like, this was like shortly after I had it had been a few months since I'd been to church. I gave myself permission to kind of take a step back, because that was kind of, I had been like running camera on a media team at a local church. And
I was playing bass when I was going through my deconstruction. I remember there was communion at the front, and I was like, I thought to myself, I can't take communion because I just don't feel like this is true anymore. But because I had had been playing the bass at the front, I was like, this is just so awkward. Where do I go? I just want to not exist.
Right. Well, like there were several times when I was even going to this church, and it's kind of an emotionally charged, like more kind of like, like somewhat seems like somewhere like that, like a seeker-friendly evangelical thing, if that even makes sense. But like, I was thinking like, well, maybe I should like go pray with somebody after these services and talk about my doubts. And I was thinking that, I don't know if I could really have a coherent conversation. I remember thinking that even then, like, I don't think I can have a coherent conversation with like, why do we only give God credit for all the good stuff, and then we just kind of like put this other stuff in the box called the problem, and like this just like, this is the fall or evil or whatever, and God will make it all right someday, like I just knew they were going to give me unsatisfying answers. So I was just like, I'll just, go to lunch, like rather than like try to talk it through with somebody,
So why didn't you become a Calvinist then?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like it
just glorifies him. It all glorifies him.
You spend enough time in this community, and you understand, like you were saying, like you understand the answers that someone like Braxton's going to give to you. There's a harmonization, there's an ultimate redemption someday, that Jesus is going to work it all out, that there's heaven. The answers. It all boils down to like, are you, do you have enough faith, or are you virtuous enough to continue to accept these propositions? And then like, I gave myself permission to step back, and then, lo and behold, a few months later, Rhett and Link's podcast came out, and I was like, oh, exactly. Like, yeah, of course the Bible doesn't line up because it's a creation of man. Of course, like when something happens in my life, it's not like God out to get me. It's just what happened to me, like, and of course, when something horrible happens to someone else, it's not like I'm somehow special or blessed because I didn't experience that horrible thing. Like it's just like, things made so much more sense to me on a naturalistic level when I was allowed to kind of like really set certain things aside. And of course, that's just me personally. I know, there's other people that deal with things. I mean, I went through a phase where I was like, I read Richard's Rohr, and I read Brian McLaren, and I tried to figure out, are there pieces of this I can keep or whatever, and I went through a whole thing, and I'm still like, there's a bunch of Bart Ehrman books and Hitchens and stuff that I got from the library because I really needed it. I didn't read it, like I didn't read everything. I didn't go through Pritchett's whole scholarly program, but I made an effort. And eventually I was just like, maybe it's just okay to just deconvert or be an atheist for a minute or whatever it means for me right now, like.
Did you get Jonathan's permission to leave though?
I didn't. And I mean, I did. I remember like immediately after I had watched Rhett and Link, I like Braxton's video, one of his initial reactions got recommended. And I remember I was, of course, like, I mean, I could still be emotional about it now because, you know, it's my life. But I remember, like, it bothers me. I understand more where he's coming from now. But like when I first saw his little reaction, I was like, this little guy is just hungry for attention. And he's just trying to profit off of this stuff. And he's classifying their experience in a very dishonest way. Like he always seemed to be trying to tell me what I heard when I heard their story and trying to tell me how my own story was going out. And I was just like, you're not being honest about why they deconverted. You're not being honest about what they learned. You know, you're just classifying what they said for, you know, the faithful. You know, like it seemed very disingenuous to me from the onset of when he was like, let me tell you what Rhett and Link did and how what they learned is actually not what they learned, and what they experienced is it actually what they experienced. You know, it just seemed very odd to me.
Well, it seems to me that what people like Braxton engage in is just this whole kind of retelling of narratives. It's sort of like what people accuse the modern media news of doing, you know, of sort of telling a narrative about whatever events are happening from the vantage point of some particular organization and their and their goals and stuff. And I think it's sort of a similar thing, but when you deconstruct it just becomes quite transparent that that's what's going on, because like you said, you sort of watch the original source, so Rhett and Link, what they have to say, you come to have an understanding of what it is that they've got to say on their own terms, and then all of a sudden you watch someone else telling you what it is that they've said, and you see the difference and you go, yeah, that doesn't match up. And then almost where the mismatch is, it helps you to see what the trick is that's been pulled on you even more, because you can see, you know, all these it doesn't have to be conscious, but all of these tics and ways of portraying things and talking about things that just aren't accurate, but they sort of keep you trapped in this paradigm and way of viewing things. And so I don't even know if what Braxton and Pritchett do is a good thing for getting people to deconvert, or I just don't like the emotional, almost emotionally abusive side of it. Like, imagine someone who's really doubting this stuff, and it's like, well, you've not earned the right to leave or whatever, or like, okay, come over, we'll do a one-on-one for 2 hours, and you can tell me all your doubts, and I'll talk them over. Like, it just doesn't seem like that's going to be healthy for someone, but.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is, like, it's just, you know, I mean, not to repeat myself, but I really think that that's kind of like ground zero for a lot of people who go through a deconstruction process is finding out, you know, like they have the ability to even begin to ask these questions. You know, like when I was deconstructing, I found this podcast by a very progressive Christian who, like, I don't really care to listen to anymore, but at the time it was very helpful. And the name of his podcast is You Have Permission. You know, like, that's the name of his podcast. Like, you have permission to consider atonement theories, and you have permission to consider evolution. And you have, like, it's like, for me, I didn't understand that I could, you know, it's like, well, you know, but for the grace of, you know, Jesus, there go I, you know, like, oh, if I accept evolution, then, you know, what do I do about, you know, whether or not I'm going to heaven or hell or not? You know, like, you know, that's so it's just so funny. They're like, don't even think about it. It's like, well, that's kind of the starting place, you know.
Someone said in the chat, tell them you spoke to James White and concluded that you're not one of the elect.
Right.
I have a suspicion that I got the Dewar is someone who I should ban from these live stream chats because they have to get their work done.
I got the dollar. Hey, what's up?
I knew it was.
Yeah, you should probably ban me. Yeah. Yeah, but it was fun listening to Mike. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just here to hang out. I'm just gonna work on the side.
To avoid work.
No, I'm working on the side. I realize this is the, you know what I get out of this is, like, you know, when you're at work,
background listening in,
and you get to, like, the social thing.
Yeah.
So
That's something V's been missing working from home, actually. V, you need to join the streams while you do your work.
No, I have work to do.
Deepak was saying this is like a background office, like chit chat while he.
You can occasionally drop in.
I guess it's different times though and stuff for you. Rebecca was in the back as well, but I think she left when I was waiting a while to let her in. But if you're still around, Rebecca, you can join and I'll let you in. But yeah, I don't know anything in particular you guys want to talk about then.
I like the interview in the morning with Thomas. Yeah, seemed like
another person whose name I can't pronounce.
Yeah.
Just having a look at the chat as well to see what's been going on.
Oh, did you check out Canadian Catholics response video or whatever? Like review of he has a video.
No, the one with Jonathan.
Yeah.
The review of the Habermas one.
Yeah, the review of the Habermas.
Let me have a look. I've not watched it yet, but I think it could be funny. I don't want to cover that though. If I don't know if Doug wants to cover it because it might be, it's like his sort of thing.
His thing, yeah.
And it'll be fun.
Yeah, can I just say in regards to that, like it's really, it's like, and I guess it's all about like, like I talk with my wife a lot about like the perceived neutral, like the perceived like ground of like where we're starting from. And, for someone like Gary, it's obvious that like the acceptance of the supernatural, that kind of like Christianity is the main religion we should accept or reject. Like that's kind of like the neutral, the ground zero he's working from. And so like it's just so odd to me to see him like so easily put on a back foot, like to be so like unaware that like when you take a step back and you look at it from a different perspective, a third party perspective, that what the flying man experiment does, it's like it's harder for it to hold water, like, but it's like he hasn't even considered really moving over to that third party perspective. He hasn't even really entertained it at all.
I like you, Mike.
See you later, Doug. Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
Good choice.
The LA Rams beat them, so. And they're the Super Bowl champs. So that makes sense. So what do you think, Mike? Can I ask you some questions? What do you think is the best way to get through to a guy like Braxton Hunter?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to poison the well, so to speak. It's just, to me, it's like, I just get that vibe from him of like that kind of very ministerial, pastoral thing of like, I'm rubber, you're glue type of thing. Like I don't know if there is a way to talk to somebody who seems to be bound and determined to tell me what I'm telling them. Like to tell someone else, like this is actually you don't understand. You don't know the answers. You don't actually. You're wrong. Like, and it. Like, it's like, you could call it gaslighting or whatever, but it's like it's hard to have a conversation with someone who's like seems to be footed on this kind of intellectually dishonest ground. Like their epistemology is to take the Bible at face value, with whatever evidence we can claim to do
think
that,
But to be fair to them, I don't think they would say that they take the Bible at face value. Do you think they would say that?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, what is the, what is the point of like that whole, like, using something like the Kalam or NDEs or whatever to kind of like, well, we know that the supernatural is true and therefore X, Y, Z, like I don't know. It's like, you can't even get them to agree on that base level of like, maybe this thing that you presume is the grounding of reality isn't, like, what if the universe is all there is? What if there isn't another thing, like, and they can't really entertain the thought because
Like they would say that they have a mountain of historical evidence that it's the best explanation for Jesus' resurrection, and you know, they would say it dates back all the way to years of Jesus rising from the dead, and they have all this eyewitness account testimony and the prophecies being fulfilled. Like I know they would say all these things, but I wonder if there's any way to let them know that it could just be a story. And that's why I came up with the Flying Man, and you know, other people have different versions, but I just realized that, like what you saw with Habermas, and then I saw again with even Jonathan Sheffield when they reviewed it yesterday.
Oh, you've watched it?
Yeah. I've come to the epiphany that their brain chemistry just won't let them do it.
Well, you know, it's something that's strange to me is like the assumption that like their intuitions about that, like they don't acknowledge the cognitive bias, you know, like it's like, you know, something I've tried to do about like learning more about evolution and stuff the last couple of years. Like after my deconversion, I can kind of like begin to kind of, you know, learn some stuff that before seemed kind of out of reach for me, and to kind of learn that like, oh, my intuitions about, you know, how, you know, evolution works, or any number of things about something in history or something, that my intuitions don't necessarily point me in the right direction. Like my own incredulity about how, you know, life meaning and purpose and all that stuff, how that might work apart from Jesus, like my incredulity is worth about, you know, that, you know, it's like, it's not much, but like the idea of like, can you believe that this whole religion that's influenced music and culture and you know, has this 2,000-year history, can you believe that wouldn't be true? It's like, I mean, yeah, you know, but they won't even go there, you know, like to say like, it's impossible for, you know, the tree to exist without their point of view. It's, you know, like, I'm just like, but what if your instincts on that are wrong? You know, like you always want me to doubt my instincts when it comes to that stuff. But what if your instincts are wrong when it comes to what's feasible? You know.
Ironically, I think that's a secondary issue, whether God exists. Now, for a Christian, many Christians say no, that's the primary issue. But if we're talking about specific theism, you know, I just want to keep it there. I'd even grant a creator God exists, because I actually think if one had a goal, and I'm not saying I have this goal, but if one had a goal to create atheists, you would never tackle the existence of God, which sounds ironic. You would tackle their day-to-day life application of their specific theism that they hold. And then once they start to doubt that, then they'll start doubting, well, maybe the universe always did exist, you know, things like this. But until then, I don't think they can do it. They have to have a top-down model, and so you tackle them bottom up.
Right, but the thing is like my fundamentalist indoctrination, kind of like everything was sold to me whole cloth. You know, like it was like literally I was told like this is the Christian worldview. You know, like to have hope, meaning, purpose, to have God, you have to have this. You know, so like I mean, I think it's interesting when you say, hey, you know, like you said to that Muslim gentleman the other day, that was very distraught. You know, it's like, hey, you can, you know, keep that God belief. You know, it's okay. You know, like for me, I was like, you know, God couldn't be anything else but the Christian God. You know, like it was. I couldn't separate the two. You know.
How many of your Christian friends left with you or about the same time?
0. You know, like. I mean, I think part of the thing is like, you know, I'm kind of somewhat isolated, you know, like as far as like, you know, I like I told Nathan, I stepped away from the church, which I wasn't really finding any community there anyway, even though I was like serving on the media team and stuff. Like I didn't make friends, you know, like it was just like I didn't really find community, and so like I gave.
You didn't find community while you were a Christian, you're saying?
Right. Yeah. I never really had that sense of belonging over long periods of time because you know, I'm an actor, and I've moved to different cities, and you know, I just it never really like found my
You're a
people,
thespian,
and
not an
you
actor.
know, that's right. So, but you know, it's like I think if I had found more friends and I had found more community, I might could have like kept it going for a little longer. But because like I didn't make a successful career as a Christian actor, or you know, any number of things like that we might put in the column for wins and losses, you know, I was able to kind of like drift away a little more here and there. But yeah.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying give Braxton Hunter $10 million and move him to Denmark away from his friends, right? And he'd be forced to make new friends with completely different perspectives. Just like Rebecca, she's traveled the world. She knows how other people think. She can now appreciate the differences. And, you know, for some reason, she still holds on to hers.
He already rebuked you from the Bible for that, Doug. Do you not remember? He was so angry. Go on, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Wait, who rebuked Doug
Braxton
from the Bible?
did.
Braxton, when Doug first said this, give Braxton $1 million, move him to Denmark. Braxton took that clip and he was like, so Satan took Jesus up to the mountain and he said, all this could be yours. And he said, man shall not live by bread alone. And he was looking at Doug straight through the camera.
With really dour music, right? If memory serves.
Creepy music in the background. Yeah, sorry. It's me. Go on, Rebecca, you can, you were going to say something though before I...
Oh, I didn't want to jump in, you know, and if Mike was still talking, but I heard most of your story, Mike, and I understand where you're coming from. I did have to step away a few times because I'm cooking, but I also, like, you know, Nathan, heard something you said at the beginning about, you know, Braxton Hunter saying that, you know, like life is meaningless without God, and like this is a really harmful teaching, right? And so I think we should separate like what life is like without belief in God to what life is like without God, right? Because those are two different things, right? Because God is real.
From what you believe.
Right.
From what you believe. But I think you could also accept like I think you could also accept a sort of counterfactual story, right, about the way the world is, a way the world could be but isn't, right, which doesn't include God. And an atheist would tell you all sorts of these things that exist which bring them meaning, like having a pet cat or a job or kids that they love or whatever. And you probably agree, yeah, like all of those things actually do make, you know, my life meaningful without the kind of religious aspects. And I think that even though you think that life will be meaningful for atheists because they've just got a false belief, but they can still access God meaning, I think you'd also say that on their story of reality, they can have like meaning. They just can't have this kind of special burning in the bosom type or whatever it is, you know, this relationship with God type meaning.
Well, I think that many people who don't believe in God have very meaningful lives. You know, there's people that are doing good things for the world and finding meaning in that, or loving their family and finding meaning in that. So I definitely think people can have meaning in their lives without God. But, you know, like for me, when I say life is meaningless without God, well, actually, I don't even know. Do I say that? I don't know if I would say that, but what I think is that God.
Well, you've seen the Craig video, right?
I've seen what?
The William Lane Craig video.
No, I don't watch that stuff, guys. I don't watch. The only time I ever see this stuff is when you guys watch it and I watch you.
The Bill
I don't
Craig
really
video.
watch Christian apologists.
Well,
I don't need to convince. I don't need somebody to convince me of what I already believe. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if Doug still has his trailer for Pine Creek that was based off of it, but it's one where Bill Craig's like standing in broken subways and stuff, and he's like, without God, life is meaningless. And it's just, you know, like pictures of like people dying on the sidewalk and everything's in black and white. And it's yeah, it's very sort of emotionally manipulative.
Can you guys hear me?
Well,
Yeah, a bit loud there, Camille. But yeah.
Hi, God.
Oh.
Hi, God. How are you?
I just have to say, Rebecca, real quick, like the irony of that, I think, is, you know, it's all about like, I mean, and I don't know if this is like just like brain chemistry or life experience or whatever, but for me, you know, one of the big drivers of my cognitive dissonance over the years was trying to find how life had meaning, you know, under the Christian worldview, you know, like the concept of like, basically the stakes of the game were heaven and hell. The stakes of the game were, you know, like I guess have kids and teach them to be Christian and convert others to Christianity so they can love God. And then so hopefully we can all get to heaven one day and have like a never ending praise and worship service. You know, like that to me, it kind of filled me with this like deep existential dread of going like, it seems like there might be more to life than that. It seems like my experience of other human beings and all and this like creaturely life we have, it seems like that's what's going on here, that's important. And yet if there is a heaven and there is a hell, like it seems to kind of, you know, devalue everything. You know, that was at least my point of view. So
well, in a way, I kind of agree with you, Mike, but I'll let Camille talk for a bit.
Yeah, how's the volume now?
Sorry, Camille.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good, Camille.
All right.
He only has one.
Yeah, I have a new mic, so I joined to test it out. So tell me how's the volume and quality?
Yeah,
it sounds good.
Do you have anything on it, like a gate or anything? Like a digital gate? Because you are kind of breaking in and out a little bit, and you're still very, very loud. My guess is you're like 50% louder than all of us. But the live stream chat could tell us for sure.
If you've got a Blue Yeti, Camille, have you got this one on the back turned all the way clockwise?
Yeah. Turn it counterclockwise all the way.
All the way. All right. Okay, how about now?
That's better.
That sounds more normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Still too high or?
No, that's perfect.
No, sounds good. No.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
my internet is. Yeah, I think my internet is a bit crap as well. So some of it might be because of that as well. But otherwise, how does it sound?
Good. It's pretty good considering you're in a bunker in the former Soviet Union.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just got Blue Yeti. I know like everyone who understands recording sound thinks that it's not very good, but I think that's just them posturing because it's so popular.
Yeah.
But I mean, like when you actually start reading the reviews, it's so complicated that I did it for like 20 minutes and I just gave up. I bought the same mic that everyone else has, right? That's probably why it's so popular. But no, I just wanted to ask, like, when people talk about meaning, I don't really know what they mean. Because it could be either like a purpose, something that you're supposed to do with your life. But then I don't understand why is it bad that people don't have it on some worldviews, because I think, tools have purposes, not people. And I think it's actually a good thing that people don't have purposes. Or like, what else could it mean? Like when you say it's a good thing that life has meaning, I just parse it as like people feel good about something. It's something that brings you positive emotions. I don't know what like
when when the Christians I talk to talk about meaning, what they really mean is something lasting forever. So it doesn't matter how good you are, how bad you are, really. Like even is it William Lane Craig even said this? Well, in one debate, he said, "Well, who cares if that woman's raped? Because ultimately, if there's no afterlife, it's meaningless."
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he said that against? Was it?
Could have been Shelley Kagan.
Yeah, I think you're right. Shelley Kagan, he said that. And my jaw dropped. It was like, what did he just say?
Yeah, I don't understand how these things are connected. Like he's just connecting points that I don't see any connection between, right?
Well, I think what he means is that actions or things that we find meaningful only have their meaning then sort of localized to us, but they're not part of this cosmic grand. And I think that this is where Doug's sort of, well, you mean God meaning, right? Okay, I don't have God meaning, because it's sort of from an ultimate point of view. But it's like, who cares how things stand from an ultimate point of view? Because that's not a point of view that I occupy, or it's not, that ultimate point of view could be any which way, and it doesn't make a difference to me.
Yeah, why does it matter?
I have an analogy I came up with, which, my cards on the table, obviously, like I'm an actor, so I tend to think of things in this regard in terms of story, and it's like watching like a powerful, like independent film, like drama, very human, very raw, and then coming away from it and going, I really think it would have been better if they used the Force. It would have been a better, more truthful story if a lightsaber came out at some point. It would have been more important if Superman showed up. And I love genre storytelling, but it's like, what if we're living in that independent film? What if we're living in that human story and not in the one in which a god shows up or, whatever.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the idea that something is only valuable if it has long-term consequences. And I think you can very easily imagine scenarios where you can push that intuition like to the extreme, right? Like, for example, my grandmother now has Alzheimer's, to a point that, when we visit her, like she knows who we are and we can have a conversation. But, she will immediately forget that we visited her pretty much as soon as we leave. Right. So like when we have a conversation with her, let's say later that day, she won't know that like we visited. So the question is like, should we visit her? Does it make any sense? I mean, I don't get anything out of it, anything positive, right? It just makes me like psychologically devastated every time that we do, but we still do it because like she doesn't remember, like her like short-term memory and long-term memory is extremely limited. But I think it's still important because like it's important when it's actually happening, and it doesn't matter that like she's not going to remember later. We are visiting her because it makes her life.
That's a great example. Can I have your permission to use that in the future?
Absolutely.
And
when you present it to a Christian, the Christian is going to say that in the Christian worldview, there is still eternal consequences, because when she dies and she goes to heaven, she's going to regain those memories back. But as a response to it, you can point out that according to empirical evidence, people actually retain their mental disorders when they die. So, and Nathan, can you fill you in on the details? So
Gabermas's NDE reports, when he talks about the woman with OCD who one of the pieces he cites as to why she recalled all these numbers is because she had OCD. So when she was a disembodied soul, she couldn't prevent herself from counting all these digits because of her OCD. So she retains.
So when David Wood dies and goes to heaven, he's still a psychopath?
Psychopath, yeah. And people with Alzheimer's are just going to have Alzheimer's forever, which is like,
we don't know how we don't know which regions of the soul it affects.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I mean, you use that example by all means, right? You have my just blanket blanket permission to use whatever you think I say that's valuable.
I think Jordan Peterson said something similar, actually. I think it was in a debate with William Lane Craig and Rebecca Goldstein, someone said, where he said, like a symphony or something it's sort of really beautiful while it's happening, right? But you don't think, it's actually not beautiful because it's going to end in a minute. Like that's just.
Yeah, I think this is like insisting that things are only valuable if they have long-term consequences. I'm wondering whether this is people of certain religious traditions reverse engineering why their particular theological beliefs are valuable and worth having, right? Because if you already have the belief in eternal consequences, either good or bad, and you are trying to convince other people that they should adopt your worldview, you are going to be looking for reasons why they should do it, and like why the positions that you adopt are worthwhile. So if this is an important part of the worldview, that there are these eternal consequences, then I think you could be looking for you would be essentially reverse engineering reasons for why this is important, right? So then you can say something like, oh, things are only meaningful if they have these long-term consequences, because it just happens to be the case that on my worldview, there are long-term consequences. So if you accept my premise, then it should move you to accept my worldview, right? But I guess it could work the other way around. Like, it could be the case that we are predisposed to think that eternal consequences are not important because in our worldview there are none. So I guess it could cut both ways, right?
I would change the topic a little bit. I just thought of a new thought experiment. I'd love to try it on Rebecca.
Sure.
Okay.
But I want to say one thing about this. The problem of evil is difficult. But I feel, and I mean, I know this is kind of going off the, long-term consequences thing, but I like when you think about having a worldview where God doesn't exist, isn't the problem of evil even worse? Because then you have people with sucky lives who that's all they get.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I understand what you're saying in one sense, but on, I would say, a big chunk of, let's say, the Christian and Muslim view, they can have a sucky life here on earth, and it will just begin to get worse once they die if they haven't accepted some propositions or done the right things.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Now,
and that's why I think that's a horrible way to think, and Christians should not think that way. And that's what I was going to say about Mike's experience. Like, I agree with Mike's experience of like, what are we really is this all just about heaven and hell? And, it's really just about making that decision of whether you're, it actually strips all of the meaning out of life. It's like, it reduces it to something just, I don't know, Mike, I mean, I feel like it's important that you're an actor. That's really cool. I mean, having a daily experience of life, whatever it is that you're doing and experiencing, is valuable, and it's valuable to God. So I just think that way of thinking that sometimes Christians do, where it's just all about heaven and hell, is a horrible way to think.
I just think, like, when you strip away those eternal consequences, I agree. There is the problem of what it is to be a human, what it is to be mortal, what it is to be on this planet, or the evolutionary story, however you want to talk about that stuff. But that's the soup that we're in. I mean, that's a little bit like, I kind of look at that stuff as like, that's kind of the way it is, so let's, hey, try to love your neighbor as yourself every now and then, try to look out for your fellow man, try to be honest with one another, be helpful when you can, tell our stories, gather around the campfire, or share bread, or whatever we got to do to keep going, because that's the difficulty of what we're all stuck in, like it or not, so
Yeah, I would say there is no problem of evil on atheism, because like, it's true that atheism is a worldview where, like, the bad guys could actually win in the end, and there are people who could do horrible things and escape justice, and it's the only worldview where facts don't care about your feelings. But the reason why we don't have a problem of evil is because we don't say that this is how the world is, and it's being run by an all-good being. That's the reason why we don't have any problem, right? Like, imagine if we adopted a worldview where there would be no eternal consequences, so this is the only life that you get, and you cease to exist when you die, and there is no, rewards or punishments after you die. But we would still believe that there is an all-loving God. And there are actually worldviews like that, right? Like, people in the ancient world had this view of undifferentiated afterlife, which means that if you escape If you die, basically, you escape justice here on Earth, then that's it, right? Like, there isn't any follow-up. And those people normally didn't maintain that gods are all loving. They actually thought that gods are kind of capricious. But if they did, then they would have a problem of evil, which would be even worse. But we don't have any problem. Like, it sucks. That's kind of a problem, but it's not a philosophical problem. That's like a consistent position, right? It's a crappy position, but I mean, I don't believe it because it's like fun to believe it. I just happen to think that it's true.
I think what maybe you're not doing in thinking about the problem of evil there, Rebecca, is like you're not really comparing the two theories. So one of the theories is that there's like some kind of, I mean, you're an open theist, so maybe by omni being you just mean like as loving as it can be or whatever, right, or something like that. But the point is that you've got this theory that there's a really, really loving being who's got a lot of power to and actually intervenes and does stuff, right? You know, like there's verses in the Bible where it says, you know, what kind of father would give his son a stone if he asked for something else, whatever. And then you've got another theory that you compare it to, which is an indifference hypothesis, right? That the universe is ultimately indifferent to what happens to us. And then you look at things like the kind of evil that happens in the world, and it seems that is very expected on the indifference hypothesis, but it's not very expected on the hypothesis that kind of a deity exists. And so then basically that just constitutes evidence in favor of, I mean, you could even say, let's call it 50-50 before we start, right? We're 50-50 sure that God exists, or that this kind of God exists versus the universe is indifferent, right, as two hypotheses about the world. And then we get this evidence, and it seems like evil is actually quite strong evidence in favor of the indifference hypothesis, and then that weighs, you know, that then should drive us above 50% after we take that into account.
You know, Nathan, if you use the word hypothesis and explanation more than twice
yeah, I know.
in 5 minutes, people zone out.
Yeah. I don't know how to talk like a normal person, though. That's,
No, that's okay. You ready for the thought experiment, Rebecca?
Yep.
And the reason why I like using it on you is because I know you're not defensive, and I know you're not like these other flag-waving phony Christians like Braxton Hunter and Jonathan Pritchett and Gary Habermas. So you're secure in who you are. Imagine that you have a clone who knows everything about you, has experienced what you've experienced, knows your likes, knows your dislikes, knows your fears, knows your aspirations, basically has the same brain as you, except is an atheist or a non-Christian. Okay. Now I want you to be that person. I want you to be you, except without those core beliefs. And I want you to ask the current you questions to get you to doubt what you believe. What would you ask? What would really take the knife and sink it in? What would that clone of yours have to ask? Or say?
Well, I would say the biggest ways that my clone could push on my faith, and I think I don't even need a clone because I've done this. So I'd say if somebody really wants to get at my faith, they would push on slavery in the Bible, second half of the book of Exodus, book of Leviticus, Deuteronomy chapter 28, and probably the creation story. And so like I mean, you know, just kind of pushing on the, not evolution, because I find evolution so absurd now that I don't think, even if I wasn't a Christian, I don't think I would believe that. But the age of the earth is you know, I would say topic.
What was the first thing you mentioned?
A second half of the book of Exodus.
Why that?
Because there's slavery in the Bible. Like, it's a lot of the slavery laws, the just kind of yeah, just I'd say the slavery stuff that's in that.
And why would that cause? Why would that cause this version of Rebecca to doubt?
Well, because it's doesn't seem to like correspond with God as I know him. So like when I read that section of the Bible, I'm kind of like, what? It just doesn't match up with my experience of God. So I would say that those parts of the Bible, Deuteronomy chapter 28 does not match up with my experience of God. Leviticus is just weird.
Remind me, Deuteronomy 28. Is that the go kill the?
No, okay, and I could add in the kind of, maybe something in Numbers, but Deuteronomy 28, and actually, if it weren't for Deuteronomy,
blessings and curses, right?
Yeah, the blessings and curses. The curses are so horrific. They're so bad.
And
do
you know that do you know that the book of Deuteronomy in general, and that part specifically, is modeled after vassal treaties that the Assyrian Empire and other states around the time in Palestine signed with their vassals.
I've heard that.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
That doesn't really solve the problem, though. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
What's the problem?
It makes it worse, right? It makes the problem worse because, like, from my point of view, it's really obvious that this is like a product of people writing literature, and this is what we would expect, right? That they would use an existing literary genre to essentially, it's a vassal treaty, except the vassal is Israel and the empire is Yahweh. Otherwise, it's very, very similar, down to like a very minute legal details, like conditions of how the text is going to be copied and preserved and publicly read to the subjects and stuff like that.
But I'm curious. I'm curious to know though why really this would bother this version of Rebecca, because you know who Jesus is, right?
Yes.
So why not just reject the text?
Well, because I feel like when you start rejecting the text, I don't feel like that's a very honest approach to the canon that has been passed down. Now, I would leave open the possibility that somehow we could have been mistaken about the canon, right? But so that could be a possibility. But I'm uncomfortable with just wholesale ditching stuff that doesn't match up with what I think should be, because then am I letting God be God, or am I just taking over as God and deciding what belongs and what doesn't?
Okay,
so
I understand.
But at the same time, so while I'm saying this, in some way, it's comforting to me that the canon has been passed down, because if a lot of people in modern times would not accept that as part of the canon, right? If we just could create our own Bible now.
And when you say part of the canon, you're saying really that God wanted it in there, and it's a reflection of who he is.
Well, I mean, I'd say that's, if somebody wanted to push on my faith, that's where they would push.
But you wouldn't just reject.
I have a hard time with that.
Right,
because I have a hard time with that.
But you wouldn't reject it as like just men making stuff up and borrowing from other ancient cultures, because you view the Bible as something authoritative, right? Or would you say it?
Yeah, I would say authoritative and inspired.
It sounded to me, Rebecca, like it was actually because it clashes with your sense of morality. So then because it clashes with your sense of morality, you see it as not something that you just want to believe, but something that you like, because it's been passed down. It really tells you what God's like, or something. That it sounded like you were saying something along those lines.
Well, I guess I maybe I'm not being clear, because I said a couple of different things. Does it clash with my morality? Yes. Does it clash with my personal experience with God? Yes. Like when I consider all the experiences that I've had with God, And then I read the second half of Exodus. I'm like, what? Okay.
What would your clone say to that? So remember the evil clone, or the non-Christian clone, I should say.
Okay.
You just admitted that there's a clash there.
Yes.
What would this clone who knows you intimately ask you next?
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't even think we need the clone, because I've gone through this myself.
Okay, right? What would you ask yourself next?
So, well, let me think about that. I guess I would say, why do you believe this? Why do you believe this is from God?
Or why do you believe that you know who God is? Right?
Well,
that's because you're taking the one side.
I told you, Pine Creek, I've been around God too long now. You should have got me 20 years ago. But now I have a lot of experience with God. So how do I know who God is? Well, I mean, from other parts of the Bible, from my experience over the years.
You know, people have been married for more than 20 years and thought they knew their spouse. And then they wake up one day and said it was a complete lie. Ravi Zacharias is a pretty good example. Maybe you don't know who God is.
Can I say, Rebecca, that was one of the drivers of my personal cognitive dissonance, and like probably why I kind of felt like a constant guilt and kind of became like what I considered to be a bad Christian, a backslidden Christian, was because I had this relationship with Jesus mediated through prayer, through praise and worship, through emotional experiences, even through like going through tough times and feeling comfort. And then I would go, oh man, I really want to get closer to God. And I would go to the text as instructed, daily or whatever. And I would read, and I would go, man, this doesn't seem like something from the guy who I was talking to, from the Jesus who was trying to help me out and cared about everything I had to say. And then suddenly we're like, trying to win this battle or something, or go kill these people or whatever the story is. And it's like that it made me just want to disengage from the Bible and everything. Because I was like, that's not what I was involving myself in with that, what I thought was a deep relationship with Jesus. And then I couldn't square that circle.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. So you mentioned that when you read, for example, Deuteronomy 28, the list of curses, you think that this doesn't line up with the God that you know. Yeah. I'm just wondering, what explains that?
You mean, what's my explanation for why it's there?
No, what's your explanation for why it's not like the God that you know?
Because I know God to be compassionate and
no, I understand that, but what I'm asking is like, why is it the case that it doesn't? No, what's the cause? Like, what caused the fact that it doesn't line up? Like, why is it the case that, for example, Deuteronomy 28 is not written in such a way that it does line up with the God that you know?
Well, because it's incredibly harsh. It's like, if you fail to follow these commands that you have agreed to, then, all this horrible, horrible stuff is going to happen. Like, you're going to eat your children and, all kinds of stuff. So it's really.
Did you say it's contradictory to what?
No, I think that's not the question, right? Like I understand why you dislike what it says. I understand why you find value in how you think God actually is. I'm just asking, why is it the case that the world is such that what Deuteronomy 28 says doesn't line up with who God is and how he's like? Like, why is it the case that instead of the text that we do have, we don't have a different text which does line up with who God is? Like, what explains that? What explains the discrepancy? I'm not asking what this discrepancy is. I'm not asking what is it about the text and what is it about your experiences. I'm just asking why the disconnect is there. What's behind it?
I think why don't we have another text? I think we do have other text within the Bible that does line up with my experience of who God is. And so most of the Bible lines up with my experience.
Why doesn't all of it line up with it?
I don't have an explanation for that.
All right. Could you think of some explanations?
If you want to phone a friend, I'm right here. I can help.
Well, I'm happy to hear your explanation, Doug, but I've had to be satisfied with this for a long time. And some people, I know you guys are really big into the cognitive dissonance, which, I admit in that one scenario, yeah, but every other worldview produces so much more cognitive dissonance. There's no, I don't know if you can have a worldview that doesn't produce, some.
Here's the simple answer to Camille's question. Because men borrowed from other cultures and decided to stick it in this book, and men chose to stick it into the Old Testament as canon, and God didn't stop them. That's the explanation. That's why we have that and not something else. God didn't feel the need to correct it.
If you picked up a different text, let's say an Assyrian treaty with a vassal, right, which would have similar curses, you would have no difficulty explaining why it doesn't line up with the God that you know, because that's a text that was written by a Assyrian author, right, in 7th century. So of course it's not going to line up. Why would it line up with Yahweh, the creator of the universe? Those people didn't have anything to do with that. But yeah, I find it extremely valuable that when you say that you can't explain it. I don't think that many people would be able to say that. So that's great. But yeah, think about what would explain it.
And the fact that you said earlier that when I asked you the contradictory question, that you do see these two issues as contradictory. Either God that you know is what he is, or you're wrong and the text is what it is and the text is right. They both can't coincide.
Well, I would take a third path, and this is my third path, which is I'm not in a position to judge God's actions in a particular scenario. So what I perceive is that God is being harsh in a way that, contradicts his character. But there may be something that I don't understand about the situation. So,
but it's pretty simple though, right? Because we'll just keep it very simple. You believe God would never do X. A text in the Bible said God did X. You have a problem now. So either your belief is wrong or the text is wrong.
Well, did I say
or both?
I believe? Yeah.
But one can't be true and the other true at the same time. Right? So either your picture of who God is flawed, or the text is flawed. Choose this day who you will serve, the text or God.
Well, again, I don't see it in that dichotomy, but I understand your reason for, thinking that way. But
makes sense though, right?
But, there's been many things over the years that I haven't understood about the Bible that have been answered. So I kind of treat these areas of the text as, okay, God hasn't answered these for me yet. But I fully expect to get an answer. You're
going to become probably in the next few years a Randall Rouser type Christian. Do you know who that is?
Yes, because you've told me about him.
Yeah.
And he has a book about, how the dad loves the Canaanites or something like that. And I actually want to read his book, and, maybe he'll convince me. But I have read a similar book, I think, by Greg Boyd, who kind of took the same position. And so I read Boyd's book, and I was like, man, you know what? I love Greg Boyd, but I think he missed it on this one. So,
but those gentlemen are wrestled with the same thing you're wrestling with, or your clone, or you are wrestling with, and that is
right.
They realize both can't be true. They're in their vision of who God is does not match up with some text in the Old Testament, one has to give. Some Christians say, oh no, God can do whatever he wants. If he wants to kill babies, let him kill babies. If he wants to heap on curses, let him. He created, who are you to speak back? But then you got people like you, Rebecca, who say, no, I know who God is. He would never do that. I know.
But I didn't say he would never do that. That's the thing, Doug, is that, you keep bringing up these drowning babies, and I really don't have a problem with God drowning babies in the flood. I mean, you don't know what maybe he put them all to sleep.
But you just said you had problems with curses on people.
Well, the curses in Deuteronomy.
Slavery.
But
yeah. Are the curses worse than drowning babies?
Yeah.
Isn't that exhausting, Rebecca? I mean, it's like I talk about that perceived neutral ground. Like, why does the text and the God concept get so much benefit of the doubt? Why give it that much space? Why is it? For me, that's like it's very hard for me to kind of reconcile. I mean, even though I've kind of lived that point of view, I just go, why did I give that much rope to God? And then people like, your John Pipers or your pastoral figures or whatever, who come in and tell you, well, actually it all means this, and this is how it all works out. And I just go, well, I read the Bible. That's not what the Bible even says. And you're coming here and telling me, well, the people that are surrounding Noah, they were just wicked, and Noah asked them to get on the boat, and they wouldn't go. It's like, but that's not even what the story says. It's like,
would you give the same benefit of the doubt to anything else? Because, like, would you give the same benefit of the doubt to the Assyrian kings? Like, maybe we don't fully understand their reasoning for including these blessings and curses in their vassal treaties. Like, it seems. No, I mean, like, it seems to me like every time I hear people say that, like, oh, maybe God is like this because he's actually, in fact, good. It's just there's something that we are missing. It seems to me that you could say that about every tyrant in history.
Say that about
right?
Satan.
Well,
or an abusive partner, or
you could say that about Stalin. Like, there were people, like, let's say in 1960s in like socialist Czechoslovakia, right, who completely believed the regime. And when people pointed out atrocities, they would say, well, I'm sure that the comrades and the party leadership know what they are doing. So these things might appear horrible to us, but we don't have the full picture. Like, we don't have all of the, secret intelligence. Right. We don't know what the Americans are planning. And that would be a mistake to put that benefit of the doubt on them, right? Like, maybe the Chinese are actually right when they are genociding the Uyghurs. But I think it's not that complicated, Well, I think it's more complicated in this case.
Well, I didn't start out giving the Bible the benefit of the doubt. That's the thing, is I was raised in a Christian home, and I believed at a young age, but, as I was growing up, there were things that bothered me about some of the stories. There were issues that I had with, how God acted in certain scenarios. So I wrestled, I would say, with whether or not I should believe the Bible until about age 23. And I wrestled with other questions, like, when I was a little girl and found out
what happened at age 23. This is getting good. You doubted the Bible until age 23. What happened at 23?
Well, what happened at this is becoming the Rebecca show, though. I don't want to take over this.
You're famous, Rebecca. We all want to hear your story.
I don't want to take over the stream. That's the thing. I mean, maybe we should schedule a time. It's fine.
Yeah, if you
just short version,
it's fine. But if you do feel ganged up on or anything, I'm also happy to divert. Like, if that
we all like you,
no,
Rebecca.
I love come on, I love the attention. I don't feel ganged up on, but I just don't want to be taking over the stream.
Even Deepak likes you, and he likes no one.
Thanks. So okay, what happened when I was 23? Well, I now keep in mind I always believed in God, So I was always kind of searching for like, is the Bible what I should believe? And I had all these issues with the Bible. And my attitude was kind of like, God, if you answer my questions, then I'll serve you. Like if you if you give me all the answers that I need about the Bible or whatever, or lead me in some other path, then I'll believe and follow you. But I was kind of not getting anywhere with that. I mean, I would be like at the religion section of the bookstore. I would be like trying different spiritual things, and I really wasn't getting anywhere with getting answers. And then at 23, me and my sister moved in with my brother. We into our like parents' old house. And we were kind of like, oh, my brother was a Christian and his friends were really on fire for God. And we were just like, these Christians, they're going to be cramping our style. I don't know if we should move in with them, but it was free rent, no rent. So we did it. And I kind of just started seeing in my brother's friends that God was real to them in a way that God wasn't real to me. I mean, sure, I would always pray to God, if I was in trouble or something, and he would help me. But I started seeing their daily life and experience with God, and I got a bit jealous. But I was wanting my brother to like challenge me because I was ready with all my arguments against the Bible. And, I just wanted to unleash all my, stuff on my brother. And my brother never did confront me. So I kind of started, one day I just said, Nathan, do you think I'm a Christian? And he was like, I don't know. Are you? And I was like, I don't know. And then it just, I just one night said, you know what, God, I'm going to just believe that the Bible is true, but I need you to show me. Like this whole thing hasn't been working out of me, like, trying other things. I'm just going to right now take it on faith that the Bible is true, but I need you to show me. So I really started getting serious about reading the Bible, going to church. First time I went into church, I don't know why, because I never liked going to church, never. But the moment I walked in and the music started, I was like crying. And that day, the pastor gave a sermon on the story I hated most in the Bible, which was the story of God telling Abraham to sacrifice his son. I hated that story. I thought that is so sadistic. And so, but his sermon that day just totally opened my eyes, changed my thought about it. And then I would say I continued to pursue God and pursue answers over that year. I still didn't have all the, I didn't have the main answers that I wanted. But about a year after that, when I was 24, I went out to the woods and I just said, God, I need more than this. This isn't enough. And I looked up a charismatic church in the phone book. I went to the charismatic church.
Why did you look up a charismatic church?
Because in the past, I had met some people, some Christians who I knew were charismatic. And they told me that they had an experience with God, right? Mm-hmm. And so I thought, I need something more. Like I need, an experience. And they had always talked about this experience that they had with God called the baptism of the Holy Spirit. And I had been reading the Bible like crazy and reading about the baptism of the Holy Spirit. By the way, I'm not speaking doctrinally here because I have I don't believe what charismatics believe about the baptism of the Holy Spirit. But so I'm not speaking theologically.
Is this the same church you met your husband at?
No.
Oh, okay.
So I went there. I told them after the service, hey guys, I want to be baptized in the Holy Spirit. What does that, can we do that? And they were like, sure, come back to our evening service and we'll pray for you. So I went back to their evening service. They prayed for me. They were like, okay, Becca, thank Jesus for baptizing you in the Holy Spirit. I thank Jesus for baptizing me in the Holy Spirit. And then they were like, okay, that's enough in English. Now, let whatever comes out come out. And so I was like, I knew they were talking about speaking in tongues. And for some reason in that moment, I just like had the faith. It was kind of like jumping off a cliff, but I just started speaking out. And I was like absolutely shocked that all these words were coming out that I was not thinking of. I was not planning, had no, like, these words were not from my mind at all. And so
Rebecca, can I just ask one question about something you just said then?
Sure.
You said, when you said, I knew they were talking about speaking in tongues, how did you know that they were talking about speaking in tongues?
Oh, because I mean, you know, I'd been around. I wasn't like, you know, raised in a barn. I had heard of speaking in tongues before. So, I mean, you know, it was something I was aware of. And I knew that charismatic churches, you know, spoke in tongues. So
the church that you looked up to go to, as opposed to a Baptist church.
Yeah.
I just want to point that out.
Okay.
There was I'm pointing out there was a desire for you to do that.
Yeah. I mean, well, I didn't have that specifically in mind. I just had in mind an experience of God.
Right.
Like I just wanted to experience God. So I didn't have that specifically in mind. And so anyway, and then, you know, that experience, I basically stayed in my car afterwards, like speaking in tongues for hours. After that, I was kind of on a God high for several weeks. I totally changed. One of the main things that changed is that I stopped hating people. And I was a huge hater of people in my mind. Like before that, I really hated people. They didn't know I hated them, but I really thought bad things about them. Like I would just, you know, be criticizing people in my mind, and people just bugged me. Like a lot of people really bothered me. And
I know exactly how you feel.
But after that experience, I stopped hating those people that I hated. Suddenly I loved them. And I just had such a love for people. And I can't explain. I was so happy that like people were even stopping me on the street and saying like, why are you so happy? I have to know why you're so happy. And so I'd say that was the turning point in my life.
So was it safe to say, to sum up, that experience, many experiences in that time frame, led you to believe that you give the Bible the benefit of the doubt?
Absolutely.
It wasn't looking at the historical text. It wasn't looking at textual criticism.
No.
It wasn't learning the Greek.
No, nothing. But I also want to give credit to the biblical text, because, you know, I believed before I had that experience, and I believed the story of Jesus. So, I mean, there were some parts of the Bible that were difficult for me, but, you know, Jesus was always a compelling figure, and the story of Jesus was always a compelling figure. So I've always believed this story. And even today, if you ask me, I don't believe because of textual criticism. I don't believe because of any of that. I'm happy for it. I like when people do it. That's really cool.
Do you know why you believed, Rebecca, at that point? Because you said, so it wasn't for the reasons, you know, for looking at like textual criticism and arguments and stuff,
right?
But it was prior to the experience you believed. Like, what do you know? What sort of compelled you to believe then? Like, because I presumably you don't want to say it was just kind of like this random, like just completely random, you know, like I just woke up one morning and I could have done anything and I thought, oh, I'm just going to believe in Jesus. But but if it's not for reasons, or it's not on the basis of an experience, like what could it be?
Well, like I said, that before I had that experience, I had a year of seriously reading the Bible. I read through the entire Bible several times that year. And reading, you know, some parts were difficult, but some parts were so profound. So, you know, especially the Gospels. When I read the Gospels, I felt that it was true. I believed that it was true. So, you know, it was the way that the scripture was speaking to me already before that experience, and still does today. I mean, if you ask me why I believe the Bible, it's not because of some historical evidence. I find the Bible story very compelling. So
is it possible, you think, for you to like for all of that to be true, for all those experiences to be legitimate, for for that experience of belonging you felt, that shift in attitude towards other people? Is it possible for all that to be real, like your experience, your story of that, and also for it to be something that happened like naturalistically, that happened because you wanted it to happen, because you were reading the Bible all the time, because you did seek out that community, like, is it possible that you were the driver of that?
Well, Mike, I can't rule out possibilities. I mean, I would leave open that possibility, but I mean, I'm highly skeptical of that scenario, because like I said, I've been experiencing God for 20 years now. And now that, I'm telling you one part of my journey, but I've had many more significant events that have happened along my journey. So, yeah.
I and not to belittle your story or whatever, but that's a little bit of like what I call like the count the wins theology. Like, it seems like, at least from my personal experience, was to take whatever goodness or idea of good morality or good things happening to me or comfort or whatever I could cobble together and to call that conglomeration God. Like, what if it's just your idea of goodness? What if it's just the good things that happen to you? What if it's not this unified other, entity,
Yeah, well, when I consider other possibilities like God's non-existence, that sounds absurd to me. It's always been clear to me that God exists. So then from that point, I have to consider what are the options. And so did somebody else want to say something? I feel like somebody else chimed in. Hi, how are you, Amy?
I'm doing good. How are you, Rebecca, and everyone?
Good.
I don't come from a Pentecostal background, but I'm kind of interested in linguistics. And so, in my opinion, I can do the same thing that they are doing, which is to say, umukosate, umokata, enokata, isunokanana, ukasa, ukasana, ukaneno, ela. But, uno na nakete. Unuka Seraka, Unuka Seraka. And so, yes, basically, I feel like it is a hybridization between a syntax, a real syntax that we get from our background and language, but then kind of a random word generator of gibberish that then gets put into that syntax.
Amy, tell me the truth. Did you feel good when you did that?
Oh, it felt great.
Yeah.
But only in the same way that delivering any speeches. And, I think that when you are in a setting, when you are surrounded by charismatic people and, you kind of have this pressure to perform, that, as I think Nathan and Pine Creek were hinting in, we come from a background that wants us to go on stage and do what they're saying, kind of like in a hypnosis kind of thing. You want to do what the performer is saying, even if maybe the science isn't quite backing that up.
Yeah, I can see that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, just a quick question. Is speaking in tongues one of the ways
hang on a
to
sec, Camille.
induce
You're
an altered
boosted
state
again.
of consciousness?
Can
Oh,
you
I'm
unboost
boosted.
yourself a bit? And
I
ask-
didn't
yeah, you're
touch-
really loud. Oh. But yeah,
I didn't touch my mic at all. Is it better now?
Yeah, you're just too close. Like, it's not like your
Is
old
it
mic
better
where
now?
your mouth has to be right against it. You can go like about this distance and it's fine.
Right. Yeah. So maybe I was a little bit closer. Yeah. I just wanted to ask a question. Is speaking in tongues one of the ways how to induce an altered state of consciousness?
Is that for Amy?
Well, I would say if it's for me, from a psychological perspective, I just think they're doing the same thing maybe when you are performing or when you are listening to music. I think that it's maybe hitting that same kind of dopamine and that same kind of brain state. I would just challenge that it's in actual language. All I could ask, I'd be very, very interested if you would be able to, Rebecca, if you would be able to maybe perform some of that same linguistics that you were doing there. Or is it kind of like has to be in that moment?
No, it doesn't have to be in the moment. I can do it anytime, but I'm kind of reluctant to do that with people who are just going to scoff at it. So I don't really want to do it right now.
I won't scoff at it.
But maybe I would consider doing that in the future, Amy, if you wanted to, do some kind of linguistic work on it or something.
Sure.
But
do you think you'd use scoff? Do you think you'd say for like secular activities that you do that people would scoff at it, or do you think you'd say like if people are going to make fun of it for those, but like for religious activities specifically, you'd say that people will scoff at it?
I mean, it's kind of a word it's kind of connected to religious things, isn't it? But I mean, I don't think it really has a difference than making fun of or mocking or something like that. So, yeah. But Amy, would you say that, you've had the experience of having total love for people that you hated?
It is funny you asked that, not to go completely Joe Rogan on DMT, but I feel like I have, in that I love my theist brothers and sisters. I think that you can love people that you disagree with, and I think that you actually get it better in a secular context because you don't have to have all the baggage or the religious trappings. What do you think of that?
I mean, you're telling me you do, so I believe you. Why wouldn't I?
Well, I guess I'm just interested in the Pentecostal notion in speaking tongues. And so I guess my final question, if I could ask you one, is do you believe that it is a real language, that you are channeling something supernatural into the linguistic world?
I believe it's inspired by the Holy Spirit.
But is it...
Does that mean it's meaningful?
Yeah.
Well, I would say the Bible describes it as speaking in the tongues of men and angels. So I do think it's meaningful. That doesn't mean that, it couldn't be.
Understand it.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Why is it the case that it doesn't show up in the Old Testament?
I don't know. There's a lot of things that don't show up in the Old Testament, but maybe it's because the Holy Spirit hadn't been poured out. So the Holy Spirit came upon people on the day of Pentecost and they spoke in tongues. So.
And they've been speaking in tongues ever since?
Some people have.
Hey Nathan, I just posted.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
I did an interview with a former Pentecostal who left. I think she calls herself an atheist now, and she did it on my channel. And I think even afterwards, she admits like she gets a dopamine rush from it, and she just feels so good and so loving afterwards. I got a timestamp if you want to play like 10 seconds of it.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I've got it. 1 second. I'm going to get an advert as well.
Oh, sorry.
Look at this. Making Pine Creek money.
Level your merch up. What have you been shopping for, Nathan?
Yeah, I was going to say it could have been like a really awkward targeted ad, couldn't it? But
you can skip it,
luckily,
right? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I've skipped it now.
Turn it up.
Oh, no skipping ads.
Yeah.
It just flows off the lips, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, it feels good. Like sometimes when I get really stressed, I'll do that just to kind of like calm down.
Is there anybody in the house with you right now? Looking at you funny? I think that's good enough, Nathan. But basically, like, I know, Rebecca, you're not going to believe any of this, and that's fine. But the naturalistic explanation is you were struggling for a couple of years, like near 22, 23, finding what's the will of God. See, Amy? And it wasn't fun. It was stressful. And then you basically found a way to relieve that stress by community, by atmosphere, by doing what I even forget her name, the person who just spoke in tongues did. And it does make you feel better. And when you feel better, you tend to be nicer to people, more loving. Now, all that, no God required.
Hi. And I just
Hi,
want to say
Shannon.
it was lovely to be on the panel, and I'm going to hand it to the fantastic Shannon Q.
Well, that's Shannon. I didn't recognize her with the toucan.
I usually don't show up when Doug's around. I just wanted to talk about glossolalia for a second because I think it's so cool. Sorry, I keep switching my glasses off because I can see the screen reflected and it's distracting me. But now I can't see, so I'm sure you guys look beautiful. So glossolalia is pretty awesome. But what people don't realize when they're doing it is, and there's studies on it. I don't have them up because I just jumped in out of nowhere. I'm actually working. Is that people speak using a combination of phonemes and morphemes. So they're the base version of language sounds are phonemes and morphemes. And when people speak in tongues, there's like consistent studies on this, that they find that people only use, when they're speaking in tongues, which is ostensibly supposed to be a language that they're channeling that's not familiar to them, they only use phonemes and morphemes that are part of their native language. Because cognitive,
what's a phoneme and morpheme?
A phoneme and a morpheme. They're like, so a phoneme is like a base component of a linguistic system. So like those are phonemes. A morpheme is a combination of phonemes that has like a meaning, some sort of meaningful, complex sound transmission. So most
a lot of cultures share those phonemes.
No, they don't. They don't, which is really what's funny, right? Like, so if you listen to people that have like specific accents, one of the reasons people have accents is because the phoneme and morpheme structures are actually different amongst different languages. So what's funny to me and what most people don't realize when they're using tongues is if you're ostensibly channeling a language that's completely unfamiliar to you, potentially doesn't exist and is unfamiliar to anyone, why is it that people only ever use phonemes and morphemes that comprise their native language? It means that cognitively, you're using what's available to you. And since you're using what's available to you, the only thing that's available to you is likely going to be your native language. So that's what you're using as a component of construction in order to create these nonsense sounds. But the nonsense sounds are, when broken down, component structures of your native language. So I just thought that was cool. It's worth sharing. You can find the studies. I don't have them up right now.
What's the studies on, like what I just said about it makes you feel really good?
That has more context than just making the sounds. Like, so if if I was just making gibberish noises, right? If I was just going gabba dabba la dabba dabba la jam yum jam la la la.
Oh, I feel bitter already.
That's not going to necessarily do anything for me, right? That's not going to change my mental state because there's no intentionality. There's no priming. So I'm not primed to feel a certain kind of way about making nonsense sounds. I would potentially be primed to feel a certain kind of way about making nonsense sounds if I've learned through reinforcement that that's going to somehow connect me to a community or connect me to like a spiritual feeling. So when I'm making those sounds, I'm already in the mental state that I'm attempting to induce. So it's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Is it, I don't know if it's Jonathan Haidt or whatever, and obviously I'm not an expert on this stuff, but like there's that it may be nonsense, but it's like the 10% B thing or whatever, like that idea of humans like wanting to give themselves over to the group, wanting to feel that connection, wanting to feel that those bonding chemicals and stuff.
Yeah, and I bet you would be more likely to feel an intense emotional affect from speaking in tongues if you were doing it in a group of people who were sharing that experience than if you were doing it on your own. Right? Like, because you're amplified by being a component of a group who's also reinforcing that behavior is positive. So when that happens, you're almost invariably going to feel a heightened emotional state because of the context that it's in and what you're attempting to induce in it being reinforced externally. But anyway, look up the studies about phonemes and morphemes because it's really, really fascinating. Because if you're speaking in tongues, shouldn't it be unfamiliar language sounds that you're using? Shouldn't it not be your own language sounds that you're using? And also there's another study that was done that when they told people that this is a thing that they're doing, they made audible attempts to try to incorporate things that they thought were not familiar with their language, which meant that they're now channeling a different language because now they've been primed. Like they've been told, oh, you're only using your native language. And whether consciously or otherwise, they start to attempt to incorporate like weird clicking noises that they wouldn't otherwise make and never would have thought of previously because they're actually like either subconsciously or consciously trying to reinforce to themselves that, no, it is different.
It would be amazing if Rebecca did speak in tongues right now with those sounds that come only from the Chinese culture.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah.
Then Shannon would have to give her life to Christ right here on stream.
I mean, that probably wouldn't happen.
Doug, I think the reason, I don't know if this is the reason you mentioned Chinese, but like Chinese is tonal, right? Like the tone you speak in matters. And so to Western like speakers, that would be a completely new thing that you couldn't even hope to recreate unless you got practice. So if suddenly someone started speaking in tongues in Chinese and got the tonalities right, that would be impressive, I think.
For sure. Yeah, I'm going to run, but I just wanted to come in because I love talking glossolalia studies because I think they're super cool. Nice to meet you, Rebecca. Nice to meet you, Mike.
Nice to meet you, Shannon.
Nice to meet you, I got Dawa.
Bye, Shannon.
And whatever, Doug.
What's Pelagia is glossolalia like?
I have to run and check my food. I'll be back.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. I remember when I went to a Pentecostal church for a few years, I remember them praying over me and saying, just open your mouth. It'll come. Just start it. I'm going, no, it's nothing. Yeah. It's like, oh, the priming that
Doug,
Shannon's talking about.
Has anyone ever tried to hypnotize you?
I don't think so. Besides Pentecostal church, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like normal, like, the ones where hypnosis is just like, a fun thing. It's not like supposed
I don't think so, but I dare, if there's anybody here listening, I dare someone to come on, try to hypnotize me. I don't think I have the personality type for it.
So the population, like, I think there's some percentage of people who get hypnotized and some percentage who don't. And I think the hypothesis is that the ones who are who are more skeptical in general are less likely to be.
Yeah.
So you just seem like the kind of person who would just not.
No, God made me this way. I could never be hypnotized.
I tried to be hypnotized. I went to a hypnotist.
Really?
Yeah.
A Christian one?
No, this is before age
saved.
23. Okay, this is like age 22, and I wanted to quit smoking.
And
I also thought hypnotism sounded really cool. And so I really, really wanted to be hypnotized because I had just, heard about it from friends and I thought it was like the coolest thing. So I really wanted to be hypnotized and I thought, let me go and try to get hypnotized to stop smoking. So It didn't work.
I'd love to see 22-year-old Rebecca smoking. She's like, so let me tell you about Jesus.
It's a different kind of smoking.
This is before she was happy and pleasant to talk to.
No,
so
but
she'd be kind of
yeah,
like,
but yeah, but
she'd she'd take a toke and then she'd go, "I hate you, Doug." I've just been thinking horrible thoughts.
Get behind me,
Satan. Have you seen the Paul and Morgan show? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh gosh, yeah, that's so cringy.
No. What is it?
So
they're like people my age, but what you imagine people my age are like. And they're Christians who are in a relationship.
Yeah, they're a Christian couple somewhere in Tennessee or something, I think, where and they're both from a Pentecostal church, and they recently like gave up on their Pentecostalism. But they're super popular on YouTube because they're still like pretty hardcore Christians otherwise. They're all about traditional.
Well, let me say this about Pentecostals, and this will make you feel good, Rebecca, I think. Not as good as tongues, but the Pentecostals that I've talked to in my experience have been, at least I'd say a good chunk of them, the least defensive type Christians I've met. And it's precisely because they don't need minimal facts. They don't need textual criticism. They don't need prophecy. They believe they experience God in real life, in real time, in a real tangible way. So they don't get defensive. They know who they are. And whenever I'm talking to these apologists, Rebecca, who, kind of slip and slide around my questions, they haven't experienced what you have. Because if they did, I don't think they would do that. I actually think they'd be a little nicer to me. But because I actually think you believe more in God than they do. So let's give the Pentecostals a round of applause.
I'm not Pentecostal.
Well, you know what I mean. Charismatic. You've had
broadly Pentecostal. Yeah.
If you've spoken in tongues, I put you in that camp. Forgive me, but charismatic, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yep.
Like poor William Craig.
Well, he had an experience. He looked at the sky and he thought God loves him, and then he got his PhD 6 years later.
His experience was seeing that cute girl sitting in front of him saying, "I love Jesus."
Right. But I think he said that evening he looked at the sky and thought God loved him, and that's some powerful evidence right there.
But I don't think all experiences with God have to be this charismatic thing. I mean, I'm a crazy charismatic and I love all things charismatic, but I don't go to a charismatic church. I am going to a Calvinist church right now.
Really?
And I think, yes, isn't that God's funny joke? I mean, I couldn't be farther from them on the spectrum of belief. But
do they make you wear a purple hat so they know you're not Calvinist?
No.
Just this little star.
But I mean, they seem to have a very good experience with God. Like the way that they talk, I feel like they're experiencing God all the time. And so I don't think you have to, but they would like say the stuff that, the charismatic stuff that I believe in, they would say it's false. Right. But that doesn't stop them from experiencing God in profound ways.
Rebecca, not to put on my role play Pine Creek hat, but do you believe that there are people who have experiences with God who call certain ideas God or morality God or whatever, or have actual relational emotional experiences with something they call God, and you would probably say that's probably them inside their brain doing their own thing. They probably aren't really talking to God. They're probably projecting an idea they've accepted as God, and then they're communicating with that concept.
Well, in general, I tend to believe people's experiences with God, even if they're not in my religion. So,
but if they're saying something that like directly contradicts, like someone like a James White, or someone who's like staunchly and believes in the existence of hell, and they go, hey, I talked to God and I cried out because he told me all of these souls are going to hell, and the preacher's in tears. I'm sure you've seen these type sermons where the preacher's literally falling apart, talking about how God broke their heart for the people in hell. And you would probably say, well, God's not breaking your heart for the people in hell because God's not sending anybody there, like.
I like, definitely I wouldn't believe every person's like hearing from God, but like you said, something like that where I think it's a false belief. But I mean, I could still accept that he had some sort of broken, feeling that may have been a feeling from God, but maybe he interpreted it through a lens that wasn't exactly right.
Right, but how would we tell?
But even with my own things, there's been times when I probably haven't heard from God when I thought I heard from God. Like, so it's not just me, it's not just them or the others that are capable of mishearing from God. I mean, I think there's been times when I thought I heard from God and I didn't.
Well, how would you know the difference?
Well, if I think God tells me to do something, or that he's going to do something, and then it doesn't happen, then I'd say that's a pretty good indicator that he didn't tell me. Okay. Right? Or that something changed, within the scenario. So I don't know, but
that's the only count the wins, right? That's only called the God concept, the things that tend to work out or that make sense, right?
Yeah, and I heard you're, talking about that, where like we only count the things that actually work and happen. And, I mean, I would say, I in some ways agree with that, because I mean, it's like we pray for a lot of things, and then, if God doesn't respond to the prayer, then it's like we don't say anything. But if God does it, then we're like, hallelujah, answer to prayer, so I definitely, I can sympathize with that. But I'd say there's some things that God has told me and that have happened that, like, I don't see how those things could happen. I mean, it would be an extreme coincidence, like coincidence beyond coincidence.
How does God tell you things? Like, do you hear audible words?
No, I've never heard the audible voice of God. There's quite a few ways that he speaks to me. One is just in pictures in my mind. So, he'll show me pictures of things just in my imagination, nothing that I'm actually seeing with my eyes. He put the strong impressions in my mind. It's like I might hear like something that sounds like my voice, but it usually when it's God, it usually comes with a feeling of either peace or like just, some sort of good feeling. And then he speaks to me through dreams. He's spoken to me through other people.
Rebecca, those troublesome verses in the Old Testament we were talking about?
Yeah.
I bet you some of what you're saying applies to them too.
What do you mean?
That they had this feeling, it was in their imagination, they had a dream, and then they wrote, the Lord commanded Moses to smite the Canaanites. But they would be wrong, right?
Well,
maybe.
I didn't say that. You're putting me in Randall Rouser's position here. I mean,
but they would be wrong? Question mark.
Hey,
she
Cassidy.
got you, Doug.
Hi, all.
Cassidy?
Hi.
I'm Cassidy.
I'm just a person with a green jacket, yellow shirt.
Let's have the Cassidy show now.
Yeah, we've been
like a
focusing on you.
You've done well, though, Rebecca.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us about yourself then, Cassidy? What has prompted you to join us today?
Sure. I'm Cassidy. I am often in this sort of religious exploration space, mostly on the Bridges of Meaning server and things like
Is that
that.
Discord?
Discord, yeah.
That's Paul Van der Clay's thing.
Yeah, I know Nathan from there a little bit. It's been a while since I've talked to you though.
Well, I've been banned from there for over a year. So
You know, it's Joey's party. You gotta. There's nothing much we can do about that.
Happy Valentine's Day, y'all.
Hi, John.
Happy Valentine's Day, John.
Hey.
Saint Valentine for you.
Saint Valentine's Day. Yes. Thank you for correcting me on that one.
So, Cassidy, are you a believer, non-believer?
Yes, I'm a believer. Raised in a non-denominational Protestant home, but I recently converted to Eastern Orthodoxy in October.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So what's the biggest difference?
Mystery.
That you embrace it more?
Yes. Structure. There's certain structure that's different, especially in non-denominational evangelical worlds. But I also think the theology makes far more sense because it's much more about life and death versus judgment and retribution.
Okay. Can you give a specific example of the theology that makes more sense to you? Because I don't know anything about it really.
Yeah. So, well, there's theology makes more sense, but also the methodology and how they come to their understanding of truth and theology makes more sense to me because they're very much about holding to tradition and holding to original beliefs and looking to church fathers to come to understanding of theological truths and what the Bible is saying, especially in the New Testament.
Sounds a little bit like Judaism, except instead of church fathers, it'd be prophets.
Yeah, it's very similar to Judaism, more similar than any other type of Christianity I've ever seen, which was another. Well, I was already becoming Orthodox, but I probably in the last month before I officially converted was going to some Jewish services, some Shabbat services, and
oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, I was surprised to find how similar the liturgy was to the traditional Orthodox.
If I would ever convert, I think I would go to either Judaism or what you're saying. Sounds interesting because I appreciate tradition.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
Orthodoxy. Yeah, it was definitely this sort of spiritual experience where I'd been searching for a long time. Probably went through a deconstruction phase in college. Kind of started reading New Atheists. They didn't convince me to not become a Christian, but when I found them and sort of the time in which I was at, it kind of opened me to be more genuinely open to be proven wrong about Christianity. And I never got to the place where I found atheism viable. It just never made sense to me because I started with philosophy before I kind of dove into what
part
was
of
right.
atheism didn't make sense to you?
I think with all of the arguments, when I looked at them, it seemed there was a couple that when I put them in sort of that materialistic frame and took them to the logical conclusions of what that would mean for my internal sense, it made a lot more things have to be delusions than I was willing to accept. And so
like sort of like free will and consciousness and that sort of thing.
Consciousness, free will, purpose, morality, beauty, a whole things that internally I think they were true, yet it would seem that atheism led me to nihilism. Or
to be charitable to our atheist friends, there should be a distinction between atheism and naturalism. So, for example, one could be an atheist pertaining to God, but still believe in things that are very non-naturalistic sounding.
Crystals and
I mean, consider Michael. The philosopher Michael Huemer was on a podcast where he defended substance dualism and reincarnation. That doesn't really sound like a naturalist to me, but I don't think he's an orthodox notion of a theist either. So
right.
Saying God doesn't exist is a bit different than saying like the material world is all that exists and the natural laws around it.
Sure, I was being a little non-precise with my words. Yeah,
no worries.
When I said atheist, I meant that materialistic atheism where all there is space, time, and matter.
Well, Cassidy, I call myself an atheist. And let me know what goes through your thoughts when you hear me say this. Like, I really understand what you're saying about free will and consciousness, but on a lot of these questions, I'm willing to say I don't know, and I think maybe it's true we don't have free will, but we still don't know all the cause and effects relationships, and so we just live our lives like we could have done otherwise. As far as where did everything come from, it's very hard for our brains to understand billions of years back and billions of light years and so forth. And maybe something natural always existed. Maybe the problem of infinite regress is not really a problem. Like, there's a lot of things we don't know, and I think it's okay to say I don't know. And so hearing that, like, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, I'm definitely okay saying I don't know. And there's a lot of things I certainly have are out of the concept of what I can understand, even if I spend a whole lifetime trying to understand them. And I think in an Orthodox sense, that idea of mystery adds into that place of there are certain things that we can sense and feel, but not understand and know in a full sense. And I'm okay with that. I think where it comes to acting out and living ideas, maybe that, I can't know, like, atheism is real and I can't know where all of these intuitive senses come. But what's hard for me is like trying to embody that and say, in my mind, I can't help but say, I know certain things about morality or purpose or beauty that if I followed that naturalistic, materialistic conclusion, wouldn't truly exist except in a subjective way.
Yeah.
And that's where it's like, I can't be an atheist or at least a materialistic atheist.
Cassie, do you think some of that lies in how we like contextualize those stories? Like for me, because I came from that Christian worldview, I thought, when my God belief was disappearing, I felt like I was on the edge of a cliff. Like I felt like, well, there goes my meaning. Like there goes my values. There goes my bearings in the world. Even if my problems with Christianity notwithstanding, I thought, well, at least I have that much, right? And then, like, I went through a grieving process personally for that. But then also, like, I found things like, Carl Sagan's pale blue dot speech, for instance. Like there are ways where I was able to piece together. It's like, okay, like maybe we're all headed to a heat death of the universe, but and I'm touchy feely. I'm an artist, I'm an actor, and so like. But so I can, what would it have been like to be a hominid, 200,000 years ago, to gather around the fire and tell a story and break bread and try to survive? What would it be? And what does it mean to be a part of that story as long as it lasts? Like there's a way to contextualize that story that's not just like there's no God and then we all just die and suffer and everything. But there's a way to contextualize that story where there are things to look at. You go, we're one of the ways the universe knows itself. That's it either fills you with awe and wonder or it doesn't, but it is a way to look at things,
Yeah.
Well, also like one of the most intelligent people I know who's my co-host on Bad Apologetics, right, is a reductive naturalist and a moral realist. He's a realist about plenty of these things. He thinks he can account for how you have knowledge of things that are beautiful and stuff like that. Just because he doesn't catch it out in terms of sort of like spooky essences and things, right? It doesn't mean that he can't tell you a story. Now, you could reject that story because you don't think it's true, maybe. Right. But I think that there's plausible stories out there. Like I don't think that, for example, when he tells me about like Peter Railton's theory of moral realism, like I don't think that that's just completely wrong-headed or something. I find it relatively plausible. I think there's a lot of kind of I don't know if it's sort of like stereotyping, I suppose, where I think people are just not prepared to do the hard work to think through like what naturalist philosophers are actually saying, because there's a few sort of big voices out there, maybe like what's his name, the scientism guy, or maybe like Dawkins or someone, or maybe even Dennett.
Alex Rosenberg.
Yeah, Rosenberg, that's it. And people like love to quote mine these people because they say really provocative things, but people don't like to quote mine, a lot of the naturalist philosophers who are spending their time really putting work in to put together like a coherent picture of naturalism that can kind of give you all those things.
Nathan,
and I think that's unfortunate.
Nathan, what's the TLDR on how like James's moral realism works? Like if he's otherwise a reductive naturalist?
So there are external moral. Well, I mean, it depends like how much TLDR, right? But like, there are moral facts, and they're just natural facts about the external world, and they're motivating because reasons externalism is true. I don't know if you know about that.
Out of curiosity, how does he get around the Morian-ish, the Morian open question argument?
I don't know his specific response to that.
No, fair enough.
What is the question?
By the way, if I wanted to get into contact with him, maybe to have a discussion, I'd actually be open to hearing about it. Does he have like an email or a blog I can use to contact?
Yeah, The Godless Theist is his blog.
Okay,
and his email's on there. Also, he's got the Science of Everything podcast, and I think he's got his email on there as well.
Well, I'm still trying to work through a new moral theory for myself, so I'd be kind of interested in his input. I also lean towards a moral naturalism.
Yeah, I think that's the cool thing about Catholicism. I think it's got a lot of bad stuff going for it in terms of the dogmas and things, but I think that when it comes to a lot of stuff like morality or law and stuff like that, you don't just sort of like randomly reify stuff, like because you've got the tradition of natural law and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we greatly borrow from Aristotle and Cicero, so there's that as well. Which is pretty good. I kind of leaned in for something like a divine command theory because I did read a bit of I'm trying to remember John Hare's work, but but I don't really think I could support it anymore. Like especially because I found issues were raised with it concerning the supposed internalism in which it relied upon, and the fact that that's kind of incompatible with the notion of being stance independent. So, yeah.
The drowning babies part didn't bother you?
Well, I mean, that depends if you take those scriptures in the sense of it about face, or if you want to be like Origen and just give a sort of a parabolic reading of it.
So when it says kill the women, children, babies, animals, you don't think it actually?
Yeah, Origen
God never really said that.
Yeah, Origen would say that there were parts of it that were parabolic, and that not all of the history happened.
But what do you say?
As you would read it in the text, depends on what day you catch me, and I'll lean in on it one day. I'll read it in the literal, more Augustinian sense on the one day. Sometimes I'm like, maybe Origen really did have that right. It would kind of.
You must have kids who spill things on the rug, right? And on that day, you say, "Yeah, God said this."
I'm not the author and giver of life. I can't take it. So there are different people with different moral authorities over certain things. So if God is the author and taker of life, and that's just the domain I'm not in, then yeah, there are different levels of moral authority and power. So for example, I have no authority to take people, throw them in cages and lock them up for breaking laws, but judges and a democratically elected legal system do, because there's a significant moral difference between the two.
Usually when this is brought up by atheists, it's not because of authority issue. It's more of a worship question. Would you serve a God who would do such a thing?
Yeah, right. So the question is, ought we worship such a God who would do such a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this goes into like, what are my moral obligations to others and to God? So if you want to start with like the perspective I'm more leaning to, so we start off with what is man's natural end, and our natural ends are things that satisfy us and that we can understand using our natural knowledge. So for example, man has his happiness in society, with other people, with our families, friends, with reading, writing, so all the stuff for knowledge, all this higher stuff, and of course with certain virtues like practicing moderation, etc. And I think the four cardinal virtues are temperance, prudence,
But would you personally worship let's keep it simple. Would you worship Mike there in the beard and the hat? If or not, the worship's too strong a word. Would you respect him? Would you like him? Would you want to hang out with him if you found out he has drowned 5 babies in his past?
Well, first off, I don't think Mike has the moral justification to decide to drown babies unilaterally, so no. Secondly, when it comes to God, I would say that we have an obligation to him because he is our final supernatural end, and in the same way that, okay, here's the simplest way I could break it down. What's the purpose of a vacuum cleaner?
To suck up dirt.
Yes, that's its purpose, right? That's its function. And when do you have a bad vacuum cleaner?
When it doesn't suck up dirt.
Exactly. So it has an end or a purpose that measures whether it's a good one or not. Likewise, human beings also have a supernatural end, which is the worship of God. If I understand myself to be a human being and I have a final end to do something, and that is to worship God, yeah, I'm worshiping him, because that is in my purpose.
Okay.
That measures me as a good human.
What I'm hearing is it's just by definition then. You should worship God because you should worship God.
Do you think functions exist? So do you think your heart has a function
there was a big step there though, John, from, like I could say, so you agree that vacuum cleaners have functions. There are good and bad vacuum cleaners. And then I go, so this is a piece of foil. And this is a good piece of foil is one that gets, Lord Quab, the alien on the other side of the universe, and makes him happy. And that's it. That's the purpose of a good piece of, you introduced a lot of stuff when you said.
All right. Yeah, because, of course, it's basically an abridged response. And I also want to keep it simple. And in terms, so that's usually why it's easier to start off with an analogy than, like a full 50 proof premise and deduction and all that stuff. So in terms of that, when you start off with knowing that things have an end, you know that in order to know whether they're a good or bad such and such, you have to know what their end is or their purpose is. Now, of course, people have natural ends, but this is why you argue for a supernatural end, and that's why you have natural theology and all this other stuff. And that's why you have to measure the veracity.
But that end in itself, do you believe that just based on definition?
No, you have to argue for it.
Okay.
Like for example, how do we know that hearts exist to pump blood? Would you say that that's the function of a good heart? It pumps blood.
Yeah, we can actually investigate it, demonstrate it, and so forth.
Yeah, so the difference is whether or not we believe that God exists and is truly our final end. And that's the difference between the theist and the atheist, that they have to argue for using, whatever investigative tools they have to reach that argument.
So can you conceive of anything that Yahweh or God could do where you would say, no, I'm not going to worship him?
If he's my final end, then no. But I would say that there are things which would be undercutting defeaters, like, for example, if there could not be a God in principle, then yeah, of course, or a different God. Or a different God, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, the natural end thing doesn't, it would work with or without a God, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is why you don't just, do a simple. This is why you don't generally do a simple moral argument. Like, if God doesn't, what is it? What's Craig's rendition of it? If God doesn't exist, morality doesn't exist, but morality does exist, therefore God exists. You have to be a little more in depth with it. This is actually why I'm going through this investigation, seeing how much can a moral argument support the existence of God, if at all. I'm trying to get into, I'm already covering the semantics of the good. I also want to move more towards the metaphysics of it and do all this other stuff.
Right.
I mean, I haven't figured all of this out.
My confusion about this whole natural ends approach, right, is that I don't see how it could explain anything even in principle, right? Because there's no further principle that simplifies things. Meaning, okay, what is the natural end of a dog? Is it to be a companion to a human being? But then at what point did, like, if you believe in evolution, like what point did a wolf like evolve into a dog and adopt a new natural end, right? Like, how are these questions answerable even in principle? Forget that in practice also we can't even know what a natural end would be.
All right. So in the book Realism Regained, Robert Koons actually does go through a model for natural ends. He even has a couple of lectures on YouTube that you can investigate further. Basically, when it comes to understanding it, I think that there are broadly three categories. First off, the thing has to exist for the sake of the whole. The whole has to exist. It has to be of a particular kind. So, for example, all of us are human kinds. Actually, would you mind just if I?
Kind, right? Like,
yeah, would you mind if I just investigate my notes?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So while you're doing that, let me give you another.
What if I'm not smart enough to understand all this, John? What if I'm just not smart enough? Do I have to go to hell?
I mean, God has already decided that from eternity. I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'm very Augustinian in my.
Right, like, would I be justified in saying that the natural end of Hitler's heart would have been to like stop working at the age of 15?
Well,
to me, that seems like a good and just end for Hitler's heart. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is why functions aren't measured in the sake of individuals, but rather in terms of groups and in terms of what they are collectively.
I took it to the extreme.
For example, do you know the famous syllogism, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, Socrates is immortal? I mean, you could say the same thing about, let's say, all men have two legs, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates has two legs. Well, how do we understand like that first premise? Do we mean it like if everyone is a man, then everyone is going to have a leg? Well, there are people who have no legs and yet they're men. There are people who have one leg, but you can't really say that. But we don't really read that like statistically either. What we do is we say that categorically speaking, men are disposed to have two legs, and this is how we count them.
Categorically speaking.
Categorical.
It's a bit weaselly. It's a bit weaselly.
Yeah,
giving me everything. New word. We keep digging into definitions until a word gives me what I want. Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to. I think it was Rosalind Hershouse. In any case, this is an investigation more into like Aristotle's way of deciphering it. So it's really spelt out through his metaphysic. And if we want to, well, and technically if we want to be nitpicky, maybe we could say it's the old word, and we're just replacing it with categories that just don't do it justice. But that's.
I'm sorry to Deepak, you've delved us deep into the weeds here, but even if everything you're saying, John, about the natural end is true, I could say, so what? How do we know what it is?
That's actually what I'm saying, Doug, in a sense. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Like, let's say you said, depending on what day it is, you think that God actually commanded the killing of the Canaanites, Amalekites, and so forth. But let's say,
I don't have a settled opinion on this.
Right. Yeah. But let's say you were there next to Moses, if he existed, and he comes up to you and says, "Yeah, I just heard from God. He told me to take these women and children out." Wouldn't you ask, how do you know God said that to you? Like, wouldn't you ask questions like this?
I would, and he'd probably say, wait a minute, didn't you just see the fact that he brought us out of Egypt and that he did all these miraculous signs and that he literally engulfed people who opposed him and that so on and so on and so forth?
And then I would say, or you would say, well, wait a minute. There was no miraculous signs.
There weren't, or you didn't see them.
There weren't.
All right.
Like it's up to interpretation, right? Well, no, it was God. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. God really told me this. No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Well, the question
in the context of the narrative, in the context of the narrative, you're at least the way it's written, and not to say that that's historical fact and exactly how it is, but for the argument's sake.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
There is this supernatural thing that's happening for all the people to see: the clouds on the mountain, the fire in the desert, the plagues,
plenty of quail, plenty of people being eaten by the ground.
But let me bring it up to today, though. Like, let's say if people believe that God still speaks to people today, which I'm not sure if you even believe that, but if you do, like, how do you know it's from God?
We have the investigative body of a church to decide these things.
So
And
a bunch of
usually God
people
doesn't-
in robes decide?
Yeah, the proper authorities decide on stuff. I mean, how do you read the American Constitution?
Do you seriously
have,
believe that?
You have non-magic wizards just reading a document and saying, well, this is what the magic document says. Like, everyone can be super reductive about that, but these are 9 trained justices who have a legal background and experience in this. They read various opposing opinions. They have a background in law that's best able to decipher a document. We can't all be trained as lawyers.
I want to make sure I'm hearing you. You're saying that there's 9 justices who decide whether or not God actually said something?
No, I'm drawing an analogy here. Do you know,
Okay.
right? So would you say that you have the education to, come to a conclusion at the level of a Supreme Court justice? Do you have that authority?
No.
Okay. My point is it reasonable to expect everyone in society to have that power or capacity? No. Yeah. Likewise, we don't expect everyone to be a Bible scholar, to know about, to be a Bible scholar or theologian, to know.
I understand where you're
about
going, but are you
yeah.
saying that there are people on planet Earth who do know what God is saying?
Yeah.
Without being wrong?
Yes.
Can I make a meta point here?
Whoa.
Can I make a meta point about what Doug, notice how Doug answered that question, right? Like, he knew exactly where it was going, but instead of going blah, 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 but, he just said no, right? He knew that,
okay.
I walked into the trap and I let it snap.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's the way, all the harbor masters of the world should answer. Answer the question and then, whatever.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little. I just want to apologize. I can be a little defensive about these things because sometimes this can be a bit of a gotcha format, and I'm not saying that anyone who's doing this has ill malice. What I'm saying is sometimes you just have to be. Sometimes I can be very defensive about it because this is the nature of the internet. And
I need your help, John. I need your help because I'm going to debate a guy named Trent Horn. Do you know who that is?
I know Trent. He's a nice guy.
Okay, yeah, and I talked to, as Deepak said, Gary Habermas the other day, and I need to learn better how to leave that defensiveness. You got any tips for me?
Yeah, just come at it with a friendly attitude from the beginning. If you come across as just being likable from the get-go, everyone lets their guard down.
Okay, so for you personally, what would make me more likable?
You could buy me a beer.
Should I change the hat?
Where in Canada are you in?
I'm actually in Arizona right now, but I was born and raised in Manitoba.
Oh, Nova Scotia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just moved from Arizona.
Oh, where are you?
Too?
I grew up the Netherlands, but I grew up in Phoenix.
Okay. Yeah, I'm 2 hours from there. And it's hot today. See, this is the sort of thing that would get more likability.
Yeah, that's actually it. Like, break down the labels and the defenses of theist and atheist, and we actually all have a lot more in common.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that was part of what I was thinking. What I would do with Trent is to say we probably have a ton in common. Like if me and Trent were to walk on the sidewalk and see a person like having a seizure and foaming at the mouth, we probably both say this person has epilepsy or something, and we wouldn't go directly to demon possessed. And so I think there's a lot of things that we have in common.
Well, as an epileptic, I do thank you for that.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I have, it's something I manage, though. I'm pretty good.
So maybe there is a God because he used me to channel that to get more likability,
Yeah, exactly. See, now you have to renounce your atheism.
Yeah.
Hearing from the Holy Spirit. He's still there with you, Doug.
I'm hearing from God, and I don't need anybody in a robe to tell me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you're right. Everybody does have to. Yeah, and you're right. Supernatural events do require a high probability of proof, and just what that level is always up for debate. And I think you're right. Trent Horn has a lower level than you would, because you in principle would probably want to exclude that. But then the question is, like, on what basis do you exclude it? Do you raise it so high or so low? And what justification do we have for it? And that's a whole sticky issue on its own.
Do you know anything? Do you have any inside information on Trent? This last thing, any inside information on Trent that would help me get him to like me more?
Let's see.
What does he like, or
favorite sports team?
Yeah,
I think he's living in Texas right now, so you could probably just investigate that. I think that's probably the first thing. Another thing you could do is just stalk him on Twitter. I'm pretty sure he talks about personal matters.
Okay.
Like just search up sports teams in Texas or something.
Doug, he
Very
knows you, Doug. I don't know if anything will work, honestly. He's seen your videos and stuff. He has an expectation.
He'll just dislike me from the start.
I think so, yeah.
See, but Cassidy and John, you didn't know me. You guys didn't know me, right? Before you came in here?
Oh, I knew you.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Cassidy?
I've seen a few of your things. I haven't watched your things extensively, but I've heard about.
And be honest, both of you. Be honest with me. Did you have a good impression of me, or bad, or middle?
I always get the impression that you're just ready for a Socratic dialogue. So I'm always kind of like standing on guard for it. Like I get a little defensive about it because you come across as very Socratic. And to be fair, that could be a very good thing, or that could put you in a place where you're drinking hemlock. So yeah. So
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. But to be fair, you're quite good at it, and that's why you have a channel, and that's why it's actually so popular and people find it entertaining. You know how to guide the dialogue. So, that is something I can respect about you.
Okay. Well, I like both of you. First impression.
Oh, thank you.
So
your first impression is wrong about me, but thank you.
I have to go pick up my son from school. Take care.
Take care.
See you.
Bye. So I mean, one thing, like the thing of, I understand being defensive, right? Like when you feel like you're, but it's always an option to end a dialogue with like saying something like, you've made some good points. I have to think about them, right? I don't concede defeat. Because it would be crazy to change your views just because one person made a good point one time, right? Like, and you didn't have time to think about it.
That's a good point. I'm gonna have to think about that.
Well, this is where the social dynamics of argumentation and being in the public sphere and stuff, which seem to be more expected under a kind of naturalism, right? Than a kind of theism. Not that you guys are going to agree, but it's more about saving face and how you appear in the hierarchy and stuff like that, and so it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a good thing, right, to be like, that's a good argument, actually, I'm going to go away and I'm going to see how that makes me update my beliefs, and I'll come back if I've got an objection to a premise. Like, we're not Bayesian updaters, we're primates. But
that, or it's God's really good way of keeping us humble.
If you specify it in the hypothesis, yeah.
Yeah, it's an auxiliary hypothesis, so it lowers the overall probability. But as somebody who thinks that it's all properly basic anyway, I'm just going to say it.
Well, mine's more properly basic. Mine's naturally properly basic. Yeah. And you can't tell me otherwise.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I have a defeater to defeat all defeaters. Sorry.
I was just going to say, John, do you think, I keep hearing you make these like allusions to like courts or experts or whatever. Do you think that like you have a bias towards like finding a comfort or something appealing about those hierarchies, about those levels of authority that you then kind of export to this possibly imaginary space? Like you say, oh well, like like I wouldn't sit on the Supreme Court, and then you kind of export that to yet another level. Well, perhaps there is no other level, like you're just exporting that intuition for wanting that order to like one more step.
Yeah. So if I understand what your point is, you're saying, am I just taking like my ingrained respect and love of authority and hierarchy and just like superimposing it into this non-existent supernatural realm? Like, yeah. Well, here's the thing. The way I see it is the supernatural realm is actually kind of like this reflection of the natural realm, because the understanding is it's through in the Catholic understanding, you understand the supernatural through the natural stuff. So if you find that you're, in a society that is hierarchical, that is ordered in a hierarchy, that does go upwards and it does have these levels of legitimate authorities, then you're kind of more likely to believe that that kind of reflects the mind of the creator, and you're kind of more pressed to go there. Whereas I think if you're more egalitarian about it, I think you're kind of less likely to take that, to take that kind of intuition. So I don't know, that's kind of like my first brush at it.
Right. So like if we were to uproot John and put him in a community where there was like, everything you wanted, food and shelter and literature and everything, and that hierarchy was somehow broken down, you think your view of God would necessarily shift if your values on those things changed, if your intuitions on those things changed,
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it probably would, but just like it would for everybody. Like, for example, there are a lot of Protestants I know who are American by background, and when you hear them talk about it, and then when you hear them talk about things like, the American Revolution, or, an idea of independence and away from authority, like, it seems like their political attitudes bleed a lot into their theology and vice versa. And even when I speak with atheists who come from a more Western and American background, it's usually arguments that are more along the line of who's God to tell me how I ought to live if I'm not hurting anybody, or something akin to that. There's usually this very libertarian attitude about it, and I don't mean it like in this right libertarian attitude, but just like libertarian in general rather than authoritative or authoritarian. So yeah, I think a lot of people's political aesthetics and religious aesthetics do highly overlap quite a bit, and I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that there's some sort of psychological explanation to this. I think, is it Jonathan Haidt who discusses it? I'm not too sure. Psychology isn't something I've delved too deeply into, but yeah, I think
right. My only point being that isn't that whole like acknowledging that you're projecting perhaps projecting something, into those other realms, like isn't like, I think Nathan kind of said something similar to this, like doesn't that make more sense on the hypothesis of like perhaps that it isn't real in the way that you think it is, that it's a not like what I'm saying, like that if religion seems to reflect the values of a community and a certain culture, it seems this mutable thing, like you're appealing to the Supreme Court, or like you're appealing to these ideas of hierarchy and authority that you observe and witness, and you find comfort in the police officer, like, or whatever that you think makes sense of society and your culture. Like, doesn't that make more sense on the hypothesis that like perhaps God isn't real, but it's just a formulation of your reality? You know what I'm saying? Or is, like, it seems to make more sense to me on the fact that this is all a human endeavor and a human idea, rather than on, God being some kind of ultimate reflection of our petty little courts and stuff,
Right. Well, I think it's probably the opposite. If God creates social beings, and God chooses to create social beings who are disposed to hierarchy, because like, even think of even your most libertarian society, even they have a hierarchy. I don't think there's actually been like a true anarchist society, or if there has been, it hasn't really lived long, and it would be disposed to having an authority, and thus disposed to thinking of not just the natural world, but even the supernatural world of doing so. So it could just be from the outset, God chose people who were disposed to behave in a hierarchical fashion. But
before Nathan says it, I'll say that that's a just so story, right? Like I can tell the same story on naturalism. Like you're just kind of saying like, oh well, we primates, we like these hierarchies, and therefore the hierarchy must exist. It's like, I don't know.
Well, think of it the opposite. Right, but think of it in the opposite. Well, I think it actually better predicts something.
It sounds like you're begging the question.
Well, I see. Well, I think it actually better predicts things the other way around, because when did these like bottom-up, democratic, egalitarian, and viewpoints start popping up? It's when we started thinking more in terms of atomistic philosophy. So it could just be the case that your modern perceptions are just skewed, and it's the fact that we've drifted so far away from from where the natural law pushes us that that our society no more allows us to think of God in this fashion. Like I'm not sure.
Are you saying that the more democratic? You probably are not saying this, but it sounded to me like you're saying that the more democratic and libertarian and so on that we get, the less we are like closer to the morality that God intended us for to have. Is it something like that?
Yeah, I'm not really. I'm not a Democrat, nor am I libertarian. I think I think my position would be something more like a Tory is probably something like the Tories would have had before Thatcher. So
how about, what do you think of this one then, John? Which I've heard some Catholics say, but I wonder what you think about it. Do you think that the Catholic Church has the right to persecute people because it has the truth?
Doesn't let's see. No, you'd have to get more specific. It can't persecute people who are unbaptized. So, for example, we can't force people to get baptized. We can't force them to convert. We don't have the power to exercise that authority. In terms of exercising any other authority, like there has been debate about whether it can over heretics, and I just don't think that extends that far. I would take Robert Bellarmine's position. I think Christ had all the political power of the world. He chose not to exercise it. The Catholic Church has that same power, but it should choose not. But it doesn't have the ability to exercise it because Christ didn't do so. My basic take is the church can advise, give support, and even push for certain policies, but it can't force the magistrate to do so. I think my position is there's a distinction, but not really a separation between church and state.
So suppose that in the past, the Catholic Church came to a different conclusion to you, and there were historical examples that we could point to where the Catholic Church had pointed to, made such an argument and then persecuted people on that basis. Do you think that you'd find yourself in conflict with the church teaching in that case, or would it just be that the Catholic Church can believe whatever it wants at different times?
Yeah, so there have actually been examples where that particular thing has actually happened. Now, in terms of how binding it was, not really. It's not really binding for today. The church has spoken about it in Vatican II. And in terms of what it can do, let's see. I'm trying to remember. Sorry, it's been a while. So if the church decided something, if the church decided to do something else, then what the conclusion I would have to come to would be that I'd either have to revise my position or I would have to give up my religious belief. And what would come out of that would require more reflection. So I don't know.
What does it mean when you say that the Catholic Church has a power, but it shouldn't, right? In what sense does it
I should revise. It has the power. So, sorry, I should revise it. So Christ has the power over all the earth. So there was a big debate over whether or not the Catholic Church had the power to do things like depose kings, for example. See you, Rebecca.
Bye, Rebecca. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
It was great to talk to you, Ben.
Yeah, so there was actually a lot of debate over whether or not the Catholic Church had the power to do things like depose kings, for example, and that was some people said yes in the church, other people said no. The general conclusion was, following Bellarmine, that it wasn't the case. The question is still a little open, but now seeing as doctrine developing in Vatican II, it's leaning in the probably Bellarmine was right position. Now, if it was the case that if there was the case that some higher authority said, "Oh yeah, we could have just deposed kings all we want and this other stuff," then yeah, I would pretty much have to rethink my position. I'd either have to say that the proposition is a lot more defensible than I let on, or that I would have to just give up the position that I had, which I would want to lean towards giving up my position, but I'd at least want to give it a look through. So yeah, I don't take the position that the church had the power to, do things like depose heads. The supernatural perfects the natural, but I don't think it, can depose people or do something like that.
Oh, wait a minute. So is the Catholic Church supernatural? Like we're not like, or some in
It
some
has
sense
it has a supernatural
authority.
authority. It has a supernatural authority and given to it by God. That's the whole Matthew chapter 16 bit. You are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not triumph over you. And of course, the keys represent Peter's power. The Pope is kind of like the prime minister, and Christ is the king over the church.
You are kind of talking about a theocracy, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay, all right. What about like render unto Caesar that which is like, what about all that? Isn't that usually
you have to read that which is Caesar's. So there is a distinction of stuff that belongs to Caesar's and stuff that belongs to God, and that distinction is up for grabs. So if Caesar said, give up the church, I'm not going to render my faith onto Caesar. But if Caesar's like, pay your taxes, I'm like, okay, I guess I can pay a 50% income tax.
Yeah, like a lot of the stuff that you say is very interesting. It's sort of like, there's a lot of Catholicism which is quite appealing in a lot of ways, but some of the stuff that's closer to the theocracy makes me just think like,
French.
I am so glad. Well, not. It makes me think I'm so glad that you hold these beliefs in this culture as opposed to some other time where where it would be more acceptable for groups of people with these thoughts to organize themselves and do certain things to people like me. And I'm far I think it's okay. I think it's okay that you believe these things, but I think that is really dependent on us being in a culture that would like really ostracize the kind of behavior that it might lead to if it went unchecked. And that's like, I find it worrying, in some ways, some of the things.
Such a culture, Nathan, you'd be doing things differently, and I wouldn't even.
Well, yeah, that's true. I'd be like, I don't know what I'd be doing. Yeah.
So, Mike, you're an actor. Oh, sorry, Cassidy, you were saying?
I was just say, I think it's hard when it comes to church authority and even the idea of how do we hear from God, especially in the place we are now in the Western society, the way the Protestant movement has continued to fracture and evolve and create different liturgies that are from nothing.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not. It's not technically a liturgy. They don't have the real presence. That requires valid apostolic order.
I didn't call it a divine liturgy. I just said they have liturgies. Everybody has liturgies. Even us personally, we have these little liturgies, these routines that we do.
Oh, I see.
These rituals. And yeah, I'm not saying that it's the best liturgy. I certainly got burnt out of it and found something I think that is truer and more beautiful. But there's this fight of how do we understand what is true, and how do we know that God's speaking to us? And everybody has different standards and different ideas of how that comes to be, and we've cut ourselves off to the source of what that is, at least in the Christian context. I won't speak for other religions because I'm not a part of them and probably don't have enough training to understand them in a way that is responsible to speak confidently about. But there's just this confusion, I think, because there's so much fracturing and so many people working towards ideas without looking to the history and the methodologies in which they're coming to truth.
Yeah.
I think something personally that I mean, I hear Paul say this a lot, or Pajot, like a lot of the terms that exist within, if you're socialized into Christianity, like liturgies, for example, they will frequently say, everyone has these things in an attempt to sort of like, grab everyone and say everyone's sort of already doing this in some way. And I just don't think that's right. Like, I mean, they can say that that's right, but there's nothing about my beliefs that I would say is a liturgy, right? Or anything that I do that is, I mean, someone else could tell me that, but it's kind of like me saying, well, you're really, really when you're eating, really when you're participating in this ritual, you know, it's just chemicals in your brain. It's about as effective as that. Like it's just me like question begging, and I think it's perhaps unproductive to sort of talk that way, because I do think it's just kind of like expanding the circle of what you mean to try and like grab people in this unfair way. Like there's something that just seems really unfair about talking that way.
Well, why is it unfair to say that we have patterns or rituals that have meaning to us personally, or even potentially external meaning if you're in a religious group, that can be understood like liturgy to make an understanding of a certain sense of what we're talking about in more traditional churches? I don't understand why that's unfair.
Because it's very different from a liturgy, right? So the things that you offered me to try and make it more plausible as something that I'd agree to, like pattern, right? I agree that there are patterns that people engage in, but the thing I disagree with is that there's liturgies that all people engage in, and that's like the difference, right? So there's these more vague words that a part of like the practices that we both agree to in like the language games that aren't Christianity, like patterns exist, for example. And I'll say, yeah, patterns exist, but it's when you try and co-opt me into using the religious language that isn't a part of my language games, right? That I want to resist that.
And that's fine. I'm not asking anybody to adopt it. I think what I'd found just in my personal life, especially learning more about liturgies, that I do think I had personal liturgies, not religious liturgy, like little L liturgies that I do to help give me meaning, that give me structure, that help me participate in the world. And whether you want to use that term or not, I think there's an interest to look at it that way, whether you can believe in some sort of bigger liturgy or not. And I use it mostly in the religious frame, specifically for Protestants, because I do believe they are participating in a certain type of liturgy, whether they use that word or not. But having spent my whole life in different Protestant churches, I can look at it now and go, oh, I can tell you the liturgy, no question, or at least in the frame that I've been in.
I think that's a useful way to use the word, right? Like, I think Nathan's main worry is that there's you might end up doing like some kind of equivocation fallacy where.
No, it's not even that. I see it as like a Lebensraum land grab, but in like linguistic practices. That's what I see like Peugeot and Paul van der Glae is doing, right? They want more Lebensraum for Christianity.
Well,
yeah, but language does this, right?
What do you think they're trying to do by using that word in a more expansive way? Do you think they're trying to trick people into being religious?
Yeah, I think they're trying to. Well, my view is that what they're doing is they're muddying the waters of the ways that people think about Christianity and whether there are good reasons to think that it's true or not, in such a way that basically people just don't have precise ways of providing reasons for or against what they believe and then can just buy it, right? That's kind of what I see is going on, because then you get people talking about like relevance realization and downloading the software of their ancestors, and just like, but frankly, only from my point of view, like well, frankly, kind of mumbo jumbo from my point of view, like more nonsensical than metaphysics. But they're trying to create their own metaphysics that is own. I mean, okay, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to persuade the wider communities to abandon their linguistic practices in favor of these new ones that they're cultivating. And what I'm doing is I'm just resisting that by pointing out, actually, our existing linguistic practices do a far better job. They succeed far better than like mumbo jumbo world. That's why I call it mumbo jumbo world in my language game, because I want to play the power game as well and put it down.
So what's a word in the existing language that covers the concept that Cassidy is like, this broader notion of liturgy that covers things that,
like pattern, for example, like the ones that she tried to appeal to. Yeah, no, I agree.
Well, that's
fabulous.
I'm happy to use the word pattern, and if that's something that you can recognize and resonate with, then great. But for a lot of people to connect that idea of liturgy with patterns that we participate in the world, it's actually not muddying the water. It creates more connections and seeing the world bigger, whether they come into a religious space or not. And as far as what Paul does with some of these words, I think he's dialoguing with and adopting language from people outside his tribe to be part of a bigger conversation. And as much as I think words have meaning and certain words are probably better and more effective than others, each community is a bit different and each person's a bit different. And we have all these different baggages on words, and we do create some type of meaning ourselves onto them. And I think there should be space for all different type of people to have those ideas and languages that help them connect and find something that's salient to them.
It reminds me a little bit, though, of like Cassidy, of like, from my Protestant background, of being like that framing. I was given a lot of like, well, you know, everybody worships something, you know, like it might be God, or it might be the God of self. You know, everybody has an authority. Everybody's got, and so it's either this thing that's real and special, or it's this petty little other thing. That's kind of what I hear you doing a little bit, is like, well, there's this, you know, true liturgy, and then there's these small L liturgies, you know, that are imitations of that thing. Like, you know, like, oh, we, you know, like, you know, they would hear these allusions, these appeal to the culture, you know, the other, the outside, of like, well, see, they're looking for meaning out there. Look at them with their little, you know, their heroes and their movies or their whatever, and look, they're trying to cobble together some type of savior. But guess what? We have the savior. You know, we have the truth. We have real love. They got the invitation out there, but we got the thing. And I think that's just like a very kind of in-group, out-group, very comforting idea. But I don't know how much water it holds once you kind of like, you know, try to get that third-party perspective, you know?
Well, I could definitely see how it could sound disparaging, and certainly lots of people use those words to be disparaging and to make people other. And I'm not interested in playing that game, but I do think there's something to be said about those ideas and talk about them in a way that, I mean, represents how they feel. I'm sure people who are religious, who gave you those terms, even if they were doing it disparagingly, believed it themselves. And for me, I do look at the world and I think we all do worship things. And what that word means, it has a lot of baggage now. So there's probably, you know, triggers or alarm bells going off. And that's why I think this adjustment of language is part of what Paul or Pritchett were doing to try to get away from these triggering words that have been damaging to other people and kind of represent in the world that they're in and the things that make sense to them. So maybe connect with others.
So a really good friend of mine, he passed away. I stayed at his house a few times. Ed Brayton. He had a blog, and on Pathos, he also was somebody who worked in a lot of atheist organizations. But we had a lot of really good discussions, and one of the things that me and him joked about was the fact that he would joke about how all these Christian organizations would have family in the name, you know, as kind of suggesting that non-Christians didn't have families. And I said, you know what else is true? Like atheists will kind of do the same with like Reason, like the Reason Convention or something like that. And he's like, wait, yeah, that is true. And then, you know, he kind of laughed and he made a Facebook post about it years ago. And I think, you know, the general gist of it was like different groups trying to co-opt very good or virtuous things that I think everyone kind of likes. And I think that's more a matter of rhetoric. And the thing about rhetoric is it could be used very effectively, or, you know, it could be used ineffectively. But that's kind of why you need to focus on not just the rhetorical aspect of it, but also like what is being substantially said and argued for. So when somebody says everyone has a savior or everyone worships something, okay, fair enough, but maybe that's true, maybe it's false. But how do you know what you're worshiping is the actual thing? Or how do you know what your savior is the actual savior? Like I kind of get why people would be discouraged in terms of just the rhetoric of it, but I don't necessarily think that's bad unless it stands apart from actually having some sort of argument or support.
Well, it certainly cuts both ways.
So something it seems like from my point of view is like when Kanye West had his mental breakdown, like a couple of years ago, he put a tweet out saying something like Los Angeles sounds like Lost Angels, right? And I think like there's a lot of that sort of thing that I see going on in these communities where it's like, well, I can sort of so words aren't sharp. They don't have like, except in particular contexts, you know, maybe the sciences, whatever. But broadly speaking, words aren't sharp. They apply in a bunch of different contexts and stuff. So you can sort of take a word like worship, which most people are going to say is appropriately used in these religious contexts, but then you can sort of push it out into the edges and talk about, well, eating is kind of like worship, you know, because it bears a family resemblance to some of these activities that we do in these other places. And this is what I mean by it. If supposing someone buys that, they're basically what's being done is to try and persuade people to talk in this more religious way, in more and more ordinary contexts, and then to kind of reify some of the affects that go along with that. But what I want to say is, when I kind of sit and just watch like Pajot or Paul van der Klee as someone, like I want to think, well, what has been said here that actually constitutes a reason to adopt the conclusions that they're advocating for? And I don't think I've come up with anything. So it kind of starts out with I mean, there's certain problems, for example, right? Like the meaning crisis. And again, even this, it's kind of like not well defined what is meant by the meaning crisis. I mean, there are certain things that we could all agree to as being the meaning crisis. And I think that this is how it sort of brings you in, like high suicide rates, for example. You can go, well, that's a bad thing, and that's associated to meaning in some sense. But then there's also like other theoretical things that are meant by when John Vervaeke says the meaning crisis, right, which are being brought in. And then all of a sudden you find yourself adopting these and you go, well, is that the same thing? I mean, because now I'm using the meaning crisis in these different contexts of use, but all of a sudden I'm using it to achieve different things than just to talk about the statistics that are to do with suicide. And then, hang on, like I'm 3 hours in now. Now I'm talking about participatory knowledge and stuff like that. And just all of a sudden I see people just adopting all of these ways of talking about things, doing things, but nothing has been provided that actually constitutes a reason to adopt like the content in the English language that I understand of what's being said. And so that's something that I really struggle with Paul and John. Aside from, I mean, I don't like all the bad history and stuff that they talk about as well, like that nominalism, which is a position on universals, constitutes like the downfall of the West or something.
So I'm just laughing because I also believed in that as well. Like I also agree. I think it's silly, the idea that, you know, one thing just leads to the downfall of pretty much a whole civilization. I think that's going to require kind of a bit of a more elaborate explanation. Also, you know, I don't think I think nominalism is much more respectable than it originally led on when I was just reading Edward Fazer. So,
and it works fine with theism, like
exactly. Occam was a nominalist. William Lane Craig is a nominalist. There are plenty of theists who are nominalists. Yeah.
Well, just to kind of respond to your point, Nathan, I want to talk about Pajot because I actually don't watch Pajot much. I watched some of his videos. I like his conversations much more than his videos, actually. Jonathan Pajot, he's a Eastern Orthodox icon carver who does symbolism and patterns, and he often talks about movies and stuff, which as a filmmaker I should like, but it just hasn't hit me in the way that certain things come with Paul. But I'll talk about Paul because I think you're taking his project as like he's talking with certainty that you should believe these things. But what I've understood from Paul, watching a lot of his content and knowing him, he's working in this space of, you know, openly thinking, and not he's mostly doing this for himself and letting people in to give him feedback to kind of work through ideas. He's not trying to make some argument of why someone should be religious. He's expressing the way that he sees the world and having conversations to adapt that. And so I don't know if you kind of switch your frame to that, and most people who are part of his community, they do believe in participation first, in this belief that, or at least some of them, but there's a lot of like to participate and talk about the questions without having all of the reasons is the best way to eventually get to a place where you can have a reason and an argument. So it puts participation in irrationality first, because they believe that it will breed reason when you bring them together and participate. And I think we all do that in a certain sense, whether we're more rationality first or not. We participate in the world, and when we act out and see it, it helps us understand ideas better.
But this is where it's sort of like, you know, philosophers who think they're saying something significant about things but aren't really. It's like, because if what's being pointed out is that, okay, we have a conversation with each other to communicate, right? Then that's just trivial. That's just trivially true. But when it's said in special terms that are being introduced, we participate in something, right? All of a sudden, this means what? Something significant in a metaphysical sense, or is it something other than we converse with each other to converse with each other? Like, and that's what I see as being done as this kind of sleight of hand. I mean, my other criticism of Paul, though, is that I don't think when these issues are raised with his view that he's responsive to reasons. So like when I've talked to him about issues for things that he said about substance dualism, and then I don't think he necessarily always understands the views that he's putting forward. And then you kind of get into them, and then you say, well, for example, do you think you know, do you believe in the conservation of energy or something like that, right? And then he'll be like non-committal about it, and it's just not easy to get a clear answer because everything gets turned into like a metaphor or a story about something. And I just don't think it's like there is a coherent picture of anything there. I just think there's new specialist language that just goes on, and people get socialized into it and think that like when people, you know, learn metaphysics at university is my view, but just on it in a Discord server, right, rather than in a university.
Do you think? I was actually going to ask. Do you think that there's something about the combative nature of the internet, where that sort of thing it makes it worse, or do you think at least because you have people challenging you rather than, you know, just the professor teaching you the stuff and you're not really questioning it, that it's that it might be a little bit better, like, or worse? Like, I'm just asking, better to learn this stuff on the internet or the university?
Well, there's trade-offs.
Yeah. I mean, my view is it's sort of it depends. I mean, like, there's immoral aspects to the university thing, which is like the amount of money involved and stuff like that, right? And like kids who don't know anything about money being exploited for so much per year and sold nonsense. But then the Discord thing sort of troubles me because often it's kind of because of its unregulated nature. So there's a lot of people who are in very difficult positions who are looking for like the solution to problems for their lives, which needs help in certain ways. But then they find these things, and my experience has been that there's a lot of like, I mean, like, so don't. This is not you, by the way, Casti, but I can say specifically who I mean. Like Mark Lefebvre, like complete pseudo intellectuals, full of like nonsense stories that are clearly not true and made up and stuff like that. And I see these people as basically get preyed on. Because then these people get turned into sort of like idols who have the special words and language that they can like socialize the person in the Discord community, and these people like look up to them like they've gained some kind of gnosis, right, or something like that. Like they've achieved the special, they've achieved nirvana or the special experience or whatever.
They got the digital gnosis.
They got the digital gnosis, yeah. And
sorry,
I just kind of I just view it as nefarious in that way. That's what upsets me about it, because then it's like this stuff, if these people were open to conversations about, well, what reasons are there for adopting any of this stuff as true, it's so easy to push back against, and clearly doesn't make sense when it's held open to inquiry. But they don't. It's an isolated community, so it's impossible to do this, and you can't put a stop to it. And that's what upsets and frustrates me.
Well, I think you're overestimating Mark's power. I like Mark. He's an interesting guy, and there are certain things that are interesting, but it's not like I think he's some god or worship him. And there's plenty of things I disagree with Mark about. That's the thing about that Discord and the Estuary Project in general. It's about all of these different people with all of these different beliefs coming together to like genuinely explore and try to learn from each other to help make sense of their own journey that they're on. And I certainly don't think that should be the end point for people to get meaning and to have a sustainable, healthy life. I think too much of it can actually be detrimental. But at a time and a place for people's life, and to engage and get to places where you're healthier, like that's certainly a benefit. I mean, I wouldn't be Orthodox without Paul. And if he's only about converting Calvinists, he certainly wouldn't have encouraged me and said that he was happy that I became Orthodox in an iconoclastic tradition. I think you have a wrong perspective of what Paul's mission is.
So I think John was asking a question about university versus higher education. Like,
yeah, because one of the I spent a year at a local university here learning about philosophy years ago. In an ethics class, I had a prof, his name I can't remember, but what he used to do is he would teach out of this ethics anthology, and it was divided into ethical non-naturalists, naturalists, consequentialists, virtue ethicists, whatever. And basically, during that unit, he would take on the personality of somebody who came from that school, and he would just like sell it like a used car. He would just push it and push it. And then the next unit, he'd be like, okay, here's why that's wrong. And now I'm going to be a consequentialist. And then he would just do that. And we don't actually know his perspective until the very end of the course. And, I really enjoyed it because like he would kind of give these very provocative ideas, and then you would try to push back on it. He would push back, and he kind of got trade-offs, and I really did enjoy that element of learning it. And I don't really get that in like Discords or arguing with people online, because I think when you're in that, even if you go in with good intentions, you kind of get a bit defensive, and then it kind of, because it's unregulated, leads to that. But that's just my own experience. Like it's 1 year of university. Just
Yeah, I think that is like, so Discord, I don't know if Discord is the best example, honestly, because like you can learn through things like Coursera, and I'm not sure what the equivalent, how up to date it is on like liberal arts topics like philosophy and so on. But for technical, right, like you can learn a lot. But what you're still missing, I think, is that dialectic, right? Like the ability to engage the professor and so on. And also like another thing which may or may not be important is also like picking up on certain like sort of cultural, like non-declarative kinds of knowledge, right? Like, so for example, like this is in my field, like in computer science, right? Like there's a story about a guy who learned computing and being technical purely through the internet, right? Because he didn't have resources to go to the university and stuff. And then for his first job interview, like the manager or something said something like, oh yeah, can you ping me the docs that you were talking about, right? And he didn't know what the word ping meant in this context. And ping, for those who don't know, means just like send it over. It's like, when you ping, like on the network, when you send a message to another computer just to know if it's up or not, right? It's called pinging. Right. So techies use that word, like, it just becomes part of your natural like thing. And no one writes this down. Like you don't see this written down anywhere. You just know it only if you've basically gone to like tech school, right? And seen other people use it. That's a kind of small thing, right? That outs you almost if you haven't gone to school. And I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's a thing. Probably true for subjects like philosophy and stuff too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the point about language games not just being, noun phrase, verb phrase sentences, right? Like, that doing this with our hands and stuff like that. I mean, these are all things that we're sort of socialized to some extent. Though there's probably innate.
Another example, right? Like it's only people who've gone to tech school, right, who know that if an Indian ever does this, like if you're saying something and an Indian does this, that's yes. Not a no, it's a yes. Yeah. And like every person in the industry just knows this, right? Because they're so used to it.
I think that is sort of the limitation of the online study or the online participation, is it can only make human connection so far. And it often can get us disconnected to what actually is going on in our world, what's in our communities, and we lose the value of how meaningful it is to participate every day with people and get the full experience of what it is to commune with others. And so there's certainly an intrigue to it because everything's at your fingertips and there's so many interesting people. But if you're unable to ground that in your actual reality, I think it becomes more harmful than it does good.
Yeah.
But now, suppose for someone like me who's like introverted and hates people, I mean, like my actual reality can be just me like doing PRs on my computer. Like I can go to the gym at 6 a.m. in the morning. I can come back. I can do all the dishes. I can do PRs on my computer, and I can do whatever I want. Like it's not like that isn't my actual reality, and that makes me like relatively happy. I mean, are you going to tell me that that's wrong because I need to participate in a liturgy in the sense that you want me to participate in a liturgy? And if so, is that an empirical claim? Like, is it something that we could study across communities to find out, what the one true liturgy is based off of what brings people the most happiness, right? Or is it not an empirical claim? Is it just, I don't know, like something that's sad, but it doesn't really, don't think about it too much? Or
well, what I mean by participating in the real world, like there's something about, even if you're not an extrovert like me, I'll talk to anybody and everybody, strangers on the bus, your grandparents. That's just how I'm wired, right? And so for me, it's a different experience than you who might be more introverted. But there has been studies to show that constant consumption of screens and information without some disconnection, whether through walking through nature or, connecting in a lighter way, makes the processing of those things not as helpful. Cal Newport talks about this in one of his books. I don't know which one, but there's something about getting out and connecting to your real environment. And in a generation where we all grew up with computers, like I lived more of my life with a computer in my home than I didn't. Like we lose sight because it's become so much part of our reality. We don't recognize how it's changing and shaping the way societies are, how it's stopping people from being able to connect. And I do think it does a disservice to answering the big questions well. And as much as I don't think it's wrong to participate online, I certainly have in a big way. I think if it stays there forever, it'll be varying degrees between people, but I think it has diminishing returns to a point.
As much as I sort of resisted Huxley's nightmare when I was like a teenager, I actually do think that society is probably just sort of right in certain ways. Like, so when you say like reconnect with nature, right? I think there's this very sort of
Rousseauian.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
not that. It's
Just
like
wanna
what it's like. I think there are certain salient features of those sorts of things that make it the case that it improves health, right? And there's no good reason that couldn't be created by different means. Like, for example, having certain wavelengths of light that just aren't stimulating your retinas or something, right? Or certain amounts of blood flow from around your body going through your capillaries and things like that from not exercising. There's no reason that these things couldn't be done in other ways. Now, I'm not saying that it's necessarily that I'm not making a value judgment that it would be better to do it in this artificial way than it would be to go out and do it in that natural way. But I'm just saying, like, there isn't this like in principle reason that we're somehow like getting at the way reality is more by doing that, because so that kind of ordinary sense of reconnecting with nature and the temptation to think that there's something like metaphysically interesting going on there, right? I'm saying that's a wrong-headed approach, because behind that there's just certain.
Could I hit you probably with an intuition pump and see how you respond to it? All right, one intuition pump. So, have you ever watched the series Rick and Morty?
Yes.
Yeah, remember there's this intergalactic arcade, and Morty basically lives the full life of a guy. He really thinks he's him, and he's just going through that, and he wakes up and he discovers, oh, it was really just a computer. So I don't know if I lived my life and at one point I woke up and apparently the life that I lived as the person that I am was all a fabrication. The people that I loved didn't really exist. I was raised in this simulation since I was a baby. I was kind of trained to do it. Like, I think that it would kind of undercut the value of all those experiences, because when I grew up loving my mother, I thought she was a flesh and blood person. I didn't think of her as like a conglomeration of pixels, or the same as my father, or the experiences I had growing up at school with my best friends playing. I really valued those because I thought I was connecting with people. I think that my cognitive abilities are made in such a way that they're supposed to be connected to people, to other human beings. And if they were in a way circumvented and tricked, I don't think that I could count those experiences any more as valuable as I could count them as true. So do you think that this is kind of where my head is engaged at this moment? Do you think I'm just fooling myself with an intuition pump here, or do you think there's something I'm getting at? Like what's kind of your initial reaction to this?
So this is something that I think about. I don't know that I'll ever be able to quite put into words what I mean, like in my lifetime on this one, but it's something that I find quite puzzling about Aristotelianism, which is the tendency to attribute essences to the forms around us, right? As if there's something really special about things at our scale being in the arrangement that they're in, and that's like the way that reality bottoms out somehow or something, right? And it like as if it's not just purely contingent that things are arranged in those affairs and could be arranged in different affairs. And I do find it kind of puzzling. I think it might be a sort of a part of a kind of anthropic bias, right? The nature of me being the kind of entity that I am, and the kind of history that I have, and the things that I just do use these like medium-sized objects and things, and so they have a particular kind of meaning to me and stuff like that. Now, could I find out some information in future that would somehow mean that for me at that point, my experiences that had previously been meaningful were kind of undercut by this new piece of information that I had? I think that could possibly happen as well. I mean, there's also maybe a way. I don't know what kind of mental state I'd be in if I figured that thing out, or even what kind of being I'd be. Like if I'm just the same in all relevant respects, but someone tells me, like really, we're in a simulation or something, right? I mean, maybe I'd just figure out a way of putting a positive spin on it because I'd think that would be better. Or maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I'd get it. Depend on the precise nature of the information that I was like modifying my beliefs on the basis of. But I do think there's something really interesting and strange about this tendency to be like, this really is like the form of a monitor and like a table and stuff like that. Like that is the way reality kind of like bottoms out, rather than it just being stuff that's arranged, monitor wise and table wise. Yeah.
All right, that's fair enough. So I don't want to be like one of those guys who decides the right perspective just based on one thought experiment, but can you at least see where this anthropic tug is at least coming from when I generate it? At least why it might be cognitively biasing me towards a more to sympathize with a more Aristotelian view? Or do you think that there's something I'm kind of missing here, that like maybe you shouldn't just put so much value on medium-sized possessions, or something
could you clarify what it is that you're my earphone just shouted at me for being on low battery. So could you clarify what you're saying? Is it that you think you'd find out this new information, and what it would make everything meaningless for you, and then what's the upshot of that?
Oh, can you clarify what you mean by upshot?
So, like, what am I supposed to conclude from the thought? What are you driving at with
No,
the thought experiment that you conclude that you think I won't conclude?
So, all right. So what I'm asking you is, what? So I guess what the upshot is, I think that these thought experiments are more getting along the lines of a person's psychology rather than the truth. And my question is, like, if there's something about this that's getting at me psychologically, what would it be? And that's basically what I'm asking you.
But like my personal take is that it's this anthropic kind of bias or tendency. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's. I'm less confident that it's because like that's the way the world really is, and more confident that it's because of like the way our cognitive architecture is like structured and situated in reality.
Well, I have to go, but it was lovely chatting. Thank you for letting me join.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to end the stream around here anyway because my earphones are shouting at me, and it's almost midnight for me. So.
Oh, by the way, it's nice to see you back on Twitter. I actually did want to come in, and I'm not sure if like my retweet. I didn't want my retweet to just come across as being like this whole snarky remark. I actually did put in comments trying to specify it, and I think that's probably the wrong thing a lot of theists took away. So I actually do want to apologize for that and ask you maybe if you'd prefer if I just delete the response.
Oh no! I thought what you did was fine. What I was frustrated by was just you get hit by like 30 people who are like, yeah, gotcha, and it's like,
yeah.
I and the realization for me at 3 a.m. when I woke up and checked Twitter and had like, I have this tendency when people disagree in that way to want to like take each conversation to its conclusion and try and persuade people of like my position or whatever, and then I'm just like, there's so much negativity involved in this because of the amount of people that was like, well, Twitter's just not like, why do I have this thing in my life? So then I deactivated my account, but then I reactivated it in order to share my the stream that I was doing earlier. But yeah,
all right, that's understandable. Well, all right, well, take care, guys, and have a good night.
Yeah, see you in a bit. I'm gonna